This is the regular City Council meeting for August 29th, 2023. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon, not yet present. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Rouse.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez, not yet present. Councilmember Snedden.
Here.
And Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
All right, very good. Madam Administrator, any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor Rouse.
Okay, very good. And with that, we will go to the consent calendar. You have some items to read.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 1, approval to subordinate the city's affordability covenant on Sanctuary Center's public benefit project located at 115 West Anapamu Street. Ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a 55-year affordability control covenant imposed on real property located at 115 West Anapamu Street and authorizing the community development director to execute such agreement subject to approval as to form by the city attorney as necessary. Item 2, acceptance of Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program Grant for the Drainage Master Plan Resolution. Recommendation the council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to appropriate funds for the Drainage Master Plan project. Item 3, amendment to position salary control resolution 23081 with updates to classification and compensation for certain positions resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution 23081, the position salary control resolution for fiscal year 2024 to amend the established salary for positions as listed and establish classifications of department systems supervisor and library technician trainee. And that's all the items to read, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Does anyone from council need to pull any items for discussion? Is there anyone online that wishes to pull an item for discussion?
There are no raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. In that case, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Move consent.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Harmon. May we have the vote, please?
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for the entirety of the consent calendar. Go ahead and vote, please. Oh, excuse me, I'm going to, one second. Let me cancel that. I want to change the attendance. Hold on one second. And this is just reflecting attendance. One moment.
All right, consent calendar passes.
Wait, and hold on one second, Mr. Mayor. I was just redoing the attendance to reflect who's here. Now we're going to start the vote. Now, thank you for your patience. This is the vote on the entirety of the consent calendar.
Okay, no more curveballs the rest of the day.
I promise.
Okay. Let's see, consent calendar passed unanimously with Alejandro Gutierrez absent. Very good. That concludes the consent calendar. We'll take a report from the Finance Committee. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today we recommended a loan for the Housing Authority in the amount of $540,000 for a rehabilitation loan for the property located at 175 South La Cumbra Lane, and this will finance a lot of much-needed improvements and for affordable housing that is 80% or less of the AMI.
Very good. And report from the Ordinance Committee, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. We discussed the amendments and updating of our street vending ordinance and soliciting, and we voted unanimously to send it to full council for review and a vote.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll go to general public comment. Do we have any slips? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online for general public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one hand raised for general public comment.
Okay, and with that, I will admonish anyone in the next 5 minutes to raise their hand for general public comment online, and then we'll close general public comment. That first speaker, please.
Our first speaker is Vanessa Rencher. And one moment here. Vanessa Rencher, please go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to unmute. I didn't mean to sign up.
Oh, alrighty. And are there further commenters online, anyone else that are on and ready to raise their hands, or nobody on?
No, Mr. Mayor, no further raised hands.
Okay, well, with that, we will close public comment. If somebody wants to raise later on, we can entertain that at the end of the meeting. With that, we'll go to council member, committee assignment reports. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Wednesday, I met with Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez as an impromptu meeting about the Housing Crisis Task Force, and then circled back with Councilmember Sneddon about finalizing our recommendations to present to full council, so we'll keep you updated as to when that will be. And I attended the Fire and Police Commission meeting, and that is it for me. Thank you.
All right, any other members with Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended a Kachuma Operation and Maintenance Board meeting, award-winning financial audit as usual, and then a lot of storm mediation from the January 9 storm, and checking after the earthquake, and everything is in good shape.
All right, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you for duties. I attended Central Coast Water Authority, where we approved some items related to expenses for ongoing maintenance, and then received an update. One of the treatment plants had a very severe electrical, the word was explosion, and it took out one of the plants for a while, and it's still out, but they were able to give us an update, and they are working on a long-term fix. But there is going to be some ongoing issues with that for quite some time, and so that there's more to be reported out. And then also attended the Central Coast, or the Kachuma Conservation Release Board had a special meeting, and no action was taken. And then also the Coastal Commission Local Government Working Group had our monthly meeting.
All right, then, very good. And at what would normally have been the regular mayor's meeting that we have with our county mayors, we entertained the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Secretary Fudge, that came to town, and we had a very, very productive meeting out at the Direct Relief International. So that's something that I think was very appreciated by most of us, who oftentimes don't feel like we get the attention from our superior government agency that we should. But she was out here and very, very interested in what we were doing about housing and homelessness and those issues out here. With that, we will go to the next item. Would you read the item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 11, interviews for Fire and Police Commission.
All right, very good. So we have a number of applicants for the Fire and Police Commission. I'm going to ask that as you get called and come up, that you try to keep it within 3 minutes. We may have questions for you once you get up here. So, but we have a number of you to do, and we've also got some our Architectural Board of Review folks as well. So,
Mayor Rouse, before you get going, we do have one public comment on this. We would normally take that after the presentation, which in this case is the interviews, but because it's unusual to have a public comment on interviews, I did want to bring that to your attention.
okay, very good. Should we go ahead and entertain that now then, since it's going as opposed to a specific,
It's really at your pleasure.
is it an applicant?
No, it's a public comment.
Okay, let's take this public comment now, because it's going to apply to all of the, so I'll take that with, for 3 minutes on this specific subject, and it would be Lizzie Rodriguez.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. You all know me. I'm Lizzie Rodriguez, and I'm currently serving in my 5th year on the Fire and Police Commission. While this year I am chair, I'm speaking today as a community member who has a deep interest in the success of the Fire and Police Commission, and expanded community oversight functions. I'm delighted to see that we have a number of applicants today who are very well qualified in various areas, and it's my hope that you appoint a candidate that can help fill in the gaps that I've noticed on our commission. My hope is that today the council will appoint someone who represents or works with members of the community who are deeply impacted by or directly impacted by police services, whose perspective may at times be overlooked, such as seniors, folks with disabilities, students, folks of color, or those living below the median income. In our monthly meetings, we hear thorough reports from both the fire and police departments, and at the end of the year, we will be receiving an annual report. My hope is that the new commissioner will feel comfortable and confident reviewing and analyzing data and asking probing and relevant questions. My hope is that the council appoints someone who does not hold a strong bias for or against either departments that might interfere with their analysis and determinations. We are fortunate that both our fire and police departments are performing quite well, especially under tight budget constraints and staffing shortages. And the data on calls for service, service response times, low level of uses of force or complaints, and overall support of a community oversight entity. With that said, inevitably there may come a time when the commission may feel pressured by community or city individuals to hold a specific perspective, whether it's a catastrophic fire, police-involved incident, or community demonstration or protest. It's important that each member of the commission is able to objectively hear from our fire and police departments as well as our community voices. Thank you for carefully considering our next member of the Fire and Police Commission. I look forward to serving with this new member. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to the applicants. I'll read your name. If you'd come up onto the dais for 3 minutes each. Start out with Jacob Pierre Ainsiart. I probably totally mispronounced that name. Maybe he's really here. Okay, we'll move to Blanca Flor Benedict. If you would, yeah, please at the dais for.
Good afternoon, esteemed council members and Mayor Rouse. My name is Blanca Flor Benedict. I've been in Santa Barbara for 73 years. I am interested in this position. I will be able to make time if appointed. I have extensive background in dealing with all levels of the society. I'm a native. I've attended all the schools. Formal education is a degree in law and a degree in English from UCSB. I'm a good listener. My education background allows me to have patience with people. I have worked in the field of both law enforcement and probation and know what works and knows what doesn't. I am a Chicano de Cesar Chavez era. I myself have experienced these things that you speak of. I believe in my own experience will make me more understanding of what happened and dialogues engaged in. I worked with Summer Bridge program up in Monterey with primarily black students. I worked with Latinos for Better Government, Carlos Anales and Annette Cordero. I've worked with HIV and AIDS pre- and post-test counseling through the State Office of AIDS, David Banda, and locally with Joanne Talbot. I tested at the universities, at the recovery houses, and I worked with the West Side, East Side, and Isla Vista Health Project's clinics to administer these tests. I worked with City at Peace, and we tried to instill conflict resolution techniques and how to get along with people that weren't like them. We were able to hear their stories and to guide them into better decisions. I worked with the Santa Barbara Probation Department, adult and juvenile intake. I fingerprinted and tested, kept files, and did Spanish translation. I worked through the CETA program as a police aide, doing a report taking primarily, and I learned how the department worked. I went into the uniform division as a reserve officer and became a patrol officer I learned FAA, CVC, H&I codes to effect arrest and to keep life and property safe. I worked with AFDC Medi-Cal. I worked with the city and the county for 8 years, and 17 for the county, with AFDC and Medi-Cal and the county garage. I believe I can work well in a group, and I think that my maturity, my age, and my ability to see all sides of a position will make me effective.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this applicant? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Flor Benedict. What experience have you had with our fire department and police department?
With the fire department, I started off as a report taker. What they called it was the first 8 women called police aides, and we went into non-in-progress calls, which freed up the law enforcement officers for the heavier lifting. I then went into reserve officer and then to patrol officer, primarily working with the airport and with the Santa Barbara City Police, FAA and other rules and regulations on the airfield. We responded to crashes, and we had a few while I was out there. The probation department, I worked as an intake, fingerprinted, and took in the people as they first came in. I did some Spanish translation for both of these positions. Also, with the juvenile, kept records, was called in to help the mothers who did not speak English, and worked in tandem with the public.
Thank you for that. And how do you feel overall about holding firefighters and police officers accountable when they've been accused of having misconduct?
Well, accusations are just that. We have to find the facts out. Nobody likes getting a parking ticket. But again, I think you have to look at all sides of it. I do not have a bias, if that's what you're getting at, because I know people are human beings. And I would suggest for the police and fire to give them the equipment and the stuff they need so they don't get burnt out, because a lot of this uproar is because they work in 3 shifts, the people get sick, people transfer, whatever. But we need to see, if you put a person out on the street, fire or police, you better make sure that they have the equipment and the training they need and the resources to go to. I think they should have, resources outside of the training to handle their husbands, their fathers, their people in the community. They need resources to help them with the stress, because there are stressful jobs. And we're very fortunate to have the quality of police department and fire department we have. But again, you can always make things better. There needs to be a dialogue with the public too. This separation, I think, makes things worse. And if they can go in and talk to a police officer and say, look, I didn't like this, or we need more of that, with the same with the fire department. We had after the T-fire, we had a big session, and everybody was there, sheriffs, police, firemen, the population of Montecito and Santa Barbara, and they got to hash out, like, why didn't you do this? They got to get it out on the table and resolve it. For me, I do have a very deep and abiding affection for police and fire, because they saved my daughter. She almost burned to death in the T-fire. And if it wasn't for them and their expertise, and where firemen became patrolmen and patrolmen became firemen, my daughter wouldn't be alive today. So, I can't be skewed. I can't say they're all bad, or, paint them all with the same stripe, public or police or fire. We really need to have that dialogue so we understand. And the more we have that dialogue, the more we give them sufficient training and equipment and support, I think you'll have a better go of it. But I believe all the citizens should be heard.
Thank you for applying.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions, we'll move on to Scott Burns.
Mayor, City Council members, I'm Scott Burns. I'm applying for the Police and Fire Commission. You asked about 7 or 8 different questions, and I'll just kind of go through them. It's probably the easiest way to go. Am I willing to spend the time to be on the Police and Fire Commission? I'd say yes. For example, when I applied, I checked the box saying I hadn't been to a meeting. And since then, I attended the meeting last Thursday, and I've watched every one of the Zoom meetings from January on, just to give me a little background on what's going on. What's experience or skills I have to serve on this commission? I was on the city's Park and Rec Commission for about 4 years, and I was on the County of Santa Barbara's Children's Commission for, I think, 3 years. So I've worked with the county and the city, and I understand the Brown Act. And I've also worked on other companies, and I've owned companies, and I've managed, and I've looked at things at the big picture. Talking about civilian oversight of the police and fire department, I think they do a very good job, but the commission would be to make sure that all the departments don't get so wrapped up in their details that they forget about the entire community. For example, in March, there was a report. It's the OIR report group. They did a report on the fire department. I'm sorry, the police department. They had 31 recommendations. It looks like most of the recommendations have been handled or resolved. There's still some that I don't think have been, and I would recommend that they have a report by the year end to see how is it going. A lot of times reports just get filed away. Question if I've worked with multicultural or inclusive groups. I've worked with a lot of different nonprofits and commissions where we talk with a lot of confidential personal issues, and I work well with others, and I generally try to come up with a good solution if possible. But on the one group that I want to mention is I was a court-appointed special advocate. I was a CASA for about 8 years, working with teenage boys, and through no fault of their own, they were in the legal system. And I worked with a lot of people to make sure that it worked for the best of them so I could go to the judge and come up with the best solutions. Negative experiences, positive experience. I've had both negative and positive. The negatives were about 40 years ago, and I think I've learned since then, so I don't really have any bad experiences with the police or fire department. I have 2 people that are in police and fire that I've known for a long time. Matt Wilson, I used to rent a room from his grandfather. Commander Arroyo, my wife and her mom used to work together. So it's hard to say what makes a city safe. My feeling is if a lady can walk down State Street with a baby in a stroller and she's comfortable doing that, the street is safe and the city's safe. Any questions?
So do you have any questions for this applicant? Okay, thank you, Mr. Burns. Stephen Lee Bird. Be followed by Chris Klein.
Hi, I'm Stephen Bird, native born in California, born in Santa Monica, raised in Redondo Beach, 58 years in Santa Barbara now. I guess one of my primary areas of experience is with the Board of Harbor Commissioners for the Police Commission. There I served with, you may remember Dr. Dan Secord, one of your predecessors. He was the chairman of the Board of Harbor Commissioners when I was the vice chairman. We worked together during the 1980s a lot. He said at that time that I'm really sorry that we can't talk to him right now due to he passed away several years ago. But I was always proud that he said that I was the most conscientious, always the most prepared member of the commission during that time. And then one of my prime attributes that I realized was in budget analysis. We really got into analyzing the harbor budget, and I got to realize in talking to a lot of other people during that time, it is really a very small minority of the people who understand budget analysis and can really deal with it. that I can almost instinctively look at a budget and see where the top line does not meet the bottom line, and then start to look about why. Why does the top line not meet the bottom line? Most people, when you get into that kind of analysis of numbers, just tend to go with whatever is recommended to them. With so little time remaining, I'll start to just go into the 5 questions that were left by the city administrator. Are you willing and able to devote the time necessary to serve if appointed? I would say yes. I'm retired. I even have 80% of my bills on auto pay to the point where I can decide my priorities for a change, and this will definitely be the priority for my time. What experiences and skills? I've already talked about that a lot. What do you think is the purpose of civilian oversight? I would say that it's like everything, public and private. Every CEO has a board of directors, even in private companies, and the city council reserves the right for a final decision, but they have too many areas to cover. So they look toward recommendations from, say, a vice president, so that the commissions really serve as sort of vice presidents in specific areas to give general recommendations to the CEO, like a board of directors does.
Thank you, Mr. Order. Are there questions for this applicant?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you so much. Chris Klein.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of my application for the Police and Fire Commission today. As you know, I'm Chris Klein. I'm the General Manager of Hotel Santa Barbara, serving as the Board Chair of Visit Santa Barbara and Vice Chair of the Creeks Committee. I am willing and able to devote the time needed to fulfill the requirements of the position. I feel that my skill set of managing and supporting people from diverse backgrounds over my 30-year career in hospitality will serve me well. The responsibility of being a leader requires the willingness and ability to listen and to understand the perspective of others. I've got years of practice, training, and experience in facilitating meetings with team members and others with different cultural and economic backgrounds, with the goal of hearing all feedback and finding some common ground and consensus. Anyone that's been in the hotel and restaurant business knows that you're going to be thrown a lot of different curveballs at any moment. I believe that civilian oversight helps to ensure transparency. In my opinion, the absence of information and facts leads to speculation and misperception. Responsible oversight and a public dialogue of the performance of these departments that are financially supported by the public help to reduce speculation. They may even help to build a greater and more consistent trust. My experience with police and fire in my career has been positive. We in hotels and restaurants consistently depend on their support and professional response to emergencies, domestic disputes, fires. I have friends who are retired police, retired fire, and active fire in Southern California departments. I know all of these people well enough to know this. They each believe in accountability. They are not immune to constructive criticism. I've met Chief Kelly Gordon during her recent presentation to the Visit Santa Barbara Board of Directors, but I do not know anyone in either department personally. I look forward to an opportunity to continue to serve our community as a member of the Police and Fire Commission, and I appreciate so much your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for this applicant? Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thanks very
that.
much.
John Cross, to be followed by Jane Frederick.
Good afternoon. I had one automatic bill pay, which was for the news press. So so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Otherwise, I like to keep my hands on my bills every month and know exactly what's going out and when. I do have time. It's a matter of knowing what's important. And having come from Los Angeles, where I lived a good part of my life until 20 years ago, living here and seeing the perspective of the people and the relationships and the difference that you have is something that I think I can bring to a wider group, which leads to the experience that I've had with police officers in the past. I had one experience when I was working in Glendale where I was mistaken for somebody as I was driving a red sports car back to my office. And I was looking down the side streets and could see patrol cars and could hear a helicopter overhead. And when I got to a corner, next thing I knew, I was surrounded with guns drawn and told to get out of my car and thrown on the ground and handcuffed, and a gun right about here. It was determined about a half hour later that I was not the person they were looking for, but there was no sense of apology, remorse, anything like that. It was, well, gee, sorry, and go about your day. That was one perspective. The other was when I was a student at UCLA, I had a sociology of crime class where I went on a ride-along with the Santa Monica Police Department. I would recommend that every member of the general public do something like that. There is nothing like sitting in a patrol car, hearing what they have to go through, when they're about to go to a door and not knowing that that could be the last door that they open is quite something. It just gives you a whole different perspective of their job. And at the same time, it gave me an understanding more of why they did what they did with me back in Glendale. Not that it had to be done that way, or there could have been some kinder words at the end, but there's still that perspective. The other perspective as far as fire department, my mother lives a few houses from me. Her alarm went off. Next thing I knew, there was a fire department there, and they were the nicest, most generous people that you could imagine. And that's the thing, is that I don't think that the public gets, is being able to see the other side of it. So trying to bring that side and develop a way that the public gets the perspective, I think would be beneficial for an oversight committee.
All right, thank you. Are there questions for this applicant? Mrs. Gutierrez.
You mentioned through your brief presentation that you would like to bring to the public the other side. Could you give me examples of how, or ideas of how you would engage the community to see the other side?
I think that part of that, and part of being here, and what I did when I first moved here and still do on occasion, because there's reason to travel around the city. And the city is very diverse, as you all know, both in terms of neighborhoods and who lives in those neighborhoods. And they all, I think, view your police department especially, but depending on the experience they've had with everybody, differently. So being able to either bring people in or actually go into the neighborhoods and get their perspective and see what's correct and what isn't. And if there's something that's negative, how can it be, maybe corrected isn't the right word, but changed, so that they view the people that are trying to help them in a positive way. And that's the thing, is that these people are here to help, and they're not always perceived that way for whatever reason. So what are those reasons? And then let's ask the people directly, what can be done to change that, and see what we can do to go about doing it.
And my last question, for the people that are out there listening to these interview process, and they see a person like you, male, white, coming to apply for this specific commission, besides the education background that you have on your application and the experience, what else would you bring to the table that maybe somebody from the Latino community, you know, what makes you basically special to come to the table?
Well, I think that there's, in many relationships, and in ways we're looking at the relationship of what the general population has with these other groups that the city has to serve them, you can be too close. And you can already have negative experiences that will not cloud your perception, but skew it. I haven't had that here. If anything, when I asked a police officer when I was getting another sports car a while back, gee, do you think there's a problem getting a red sports car? Would I be able to drive it? And I thought he would say, you know, you're just looking for a ticket or whatever. I said, no. He said, you're getting a sports car, get a red sports car and go drive and have fun. Just follow the law. You know, what a great perspective. And it showed that the gentleman was human. He was a police officer, but he was human. We need to communicate that. But from the other side, too, how can we let the police officers know that these people are human? And the perspective of a white gentleman is just that. I have that perspective, which is not always right. What can I do to go in and get educated, and then present that in a way that can be helpful?
Thank you. And the reason because of my question is that question comes up a lot, and I don't see how that can disqualify somebody. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to share your insight. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, very good, thank you. Jane Frederick, followed by Aaron Edward Jones.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and Council. I'm Jane Frederick. Well, right off, I should say I do know one active member of the police force, and that's Ethan Ragsdale. But from a social event where we sat together at dinner and we're at the same host's table. It was a couple of years ago, but I would call us social acquaintances. So, my personal experience with fire department and law enforcement agencies has been rather positive. I've always been satisfied, even when it was a ticket, with our interaction and the outcomes. I have called on them to help me when I felt my safety or the safety of my community was in jeopardy, or to assist me in understanding a confusing or a difficult situation or event. So I've been left with a desire to facilitate good relations between these agencies and the public. So, through a lifetime career in athletics, controversy is not unknown to me. Not only as an athlete, but having been a coach, I've dealt with gender issues, race issues, economic status issues, both of privilege and of lack of privilege, along with the issues of abuse of authority, both personal and institutional. So my desire to serve on this commission is multi-part. I'll offer the voice of a private citizen, the whole commission does, and with the purpose of building understanding between all the parties. In the present environment, although Santa Barbara is a little bit unique, I still find that I recognize an attitude of separation, in particular between law enforcement and its citizens. And with the increased use of weapons by private citizens, a combat environment has emerged. So rather than civil service, there's the perception of militarism that I would really like to dispel. Fire and police officers are our next-door neighbors. They're parents, brothers, sisters. They're cousins. My first cousin, David, career 35 years with the city of Berkeley, police officer. And they elected to serve us in a difficult and at times very dangerous career. So they have grief and mental health issues. They have economic issues, just the same as every other citizen. And so fostering a better understanding that we are all stakeholders in the community is important to me. So I've acquired a fair amount of skill at listening, respecting, and allowing other voices, even when I don't agree. I have many years of experience in dealing with conflicting interests, coaches versus athletes versus administrators versus parents versus the public, their demand, their expectations, the images they require. And therefore, I'm retired now, but those are my skills. And I'm reliable, I'm dependable, I'll show up, and I'm willing to devote the needed time to serve this commission with my best efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Frederick? Thank you. Aaron Edward Jones.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I appreciate your time. Aaron Edward Jones, Aaron Edward de Santiago Jones. I use he, him, his pronouns. I appreciate this opportunity. I've been in this community for over 30 years now. I've had experience working with governmental agencies such as the City Council many years ago, but also with the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors, Isla Vista Recreation Park District, the Community Service District, law enforcement, local nonprofit organizations, serving on the board of directors of a few of those, and through my professional career in student affairs at UC Santa Barbara, as well as my own private and personal interest in supporting the community. My educational pursuits have been, and they are relevant, because I have my Black Studies. I have a bachelor's degree in Black Studies and Political Science, also a master's degree in education, and I'm finishing a PhD in education. I mention that because, in large part, my research is based in the practicum of organizational theory and leadership development. I've also studied public policy and policy analysis, and my focus is really on social movements, and so that really ties, it's a really strong nexus for this particular role. I've also led many trainings in civic engagement and advocacy through my work in student affairs and in the community, and I have a passion for this kind of work. I'm also, I think, fairly well known in the community as a respected and responsible steward of diverse voices, and also those who are at times overlooked or underrepresented. There was a question with regards to the purpose of the Oversight Board, and although the general functions are very well detailed, I think the principle underpinning the purpose really is rooted in democracy. I think it's really rooted in civic engagement and giving an opportunity for citizens to be a part of the overall governing process of the community in which we reside. And also, to whatever extent possible, to depoliticize the oversight of such important public service entities, particularly during difficult or trying times. And last but not least, I think it's also important that such a committee strengthen the connection between the community and said supportive agencies to ensure accountability when something goes awry and praise when it is warranted. I have experience engaging with and facilitating multicultural and inclusive dialogue. I've spent the last 30 years of my life to this very day engaging and facilitating in cross-cultural and inclusive dialogue trainings. I've been trained in such areas as crucial conversations, anti-bias, inclusivity, and cultural competency. In response to the question about engagement with law enforcement, as a student leader in the 90s, as an employee of the University of California for the past 20 years, I've had a lot of engagement with local law enforcement as it pertains to responding to crises such as violent sexual assaults, such as community safety, such as their response to the 2014 mass shooting, the so-called riots, Halloween and Deltopia. I've had a lot of engagement, more so with law enforcement and less so with the fire department. But in that aspect, it has been more witness to their response as their actions as first responders in supporting our community. And there have been incidences, I think, where law enforcement have chosen a path that was less empathetic in terms of engaging our community, and yet and still I feel like this only reinforces my interest in civility and diversity and compassion amongst all our respective populations. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there questions for this applicant? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for applying. Did you say that you're currently getting your PhD? Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you think realistically, you'll have the time to pursue that and serve on this board?
Yes. I'm actually pretty proficient at holding more than one job at a single time. When my first child was born, I worked both at UCSB full-time and part-time at Trader Joe's. Some of you may have seen me there in the early 2000s. And then when I got into a graduate program, I did my graduate studies while also working full-time. So I'm actually at the point where I'm ABD, all but done. I have like 3 chapters, but you know, as these things go, that last little pivotal piece is the one that I just got to flip the switch. So I'm very close to being done. I just got to put my head down and bear out 3 more chapters. But over the long term, I think it'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
You said something that caught my attention that I've been struggling with the narrative out there about defunding the police and how political things got, and I understand why. But at the end of the day, our local law enforcement, they have a job that they have to do. You said
Depoliticizing?
Yeah, it was. Could you elaborate a little bit more?
Yes, absolutely. And I actually appreciate that question. I was thinking about it on the way down here. When things happen and things go awry, I think the emotions rightfully get very heightened. It doesn't matter the political motivation or extent that may be underpinning it. But I think for governing bodies such as this, or such as the commission itself, it's really important to be able to look at things with as much an objective point of view as possible. It's very easy to be subjective because it may be something that impacts our community and maybe something that maybe historically have impacted us personally, right? But I think in terms of governance and governing, I think it's really important to try our best to separate that and to be able to approach it with that as an objective a point of view as possible. There's so much stratification and polarization that's going on, like in this day and age. Perhaps it always has been the case. I think be able to approach things with not only with empathy, but also with a sense of grounding and foundation in truth and in empirical evidence. I think will cut through the potential for politicization. Now I can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
That I was kind of referring to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Landecker to be followed by Stephen Nippert.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of the council. I'm David Landecker. I thought that being a 43-year resident of Santa Barbara was a lot, but it doesn't seem so among this group. I am really pleased to be one of 19 different applicants for this position. It is great to see that level of civic engagement and interest in this community. I know it's hard for you because you have to pick just one and you have to end up with 18 people angry with you and only one very happy. It's a tedious process to sit here and listen to all of us. I know. I've sat up there with you know, where you are. So I'll be very quick. I didn't apply for this position because I thought we needed another old white male lawyer on the Fire and Police Commission. I did it because I wanted to be sure that the goals that your task force on police oversight were paid attention to and were followed and did not just disappear, which is what some of them worry might happen. I believe you have applicants here who will see that that is not the case, and therefore I'm going to withdraw my name from consideration. I think you have better choices than me, and I'd like to just take a moment to recommend one of them. I've worked with Aaron Jones, who was just up here some 25 years ago on the board of the Fund for Santa Barbara. I have watched him and his skills and his hair grow for the last 25 years, and they've all been very impressive. I just think he would make, if I were sitting up there, that's who I'd vote for. I am finally going to be stepping off the fund board for the second time at the end of this year, and maybe I was just looking for another outlet for my need for public service. So if you see one, let me know. I'm here to serve you and the community. Regardless, thank you all for your patience with this process, for your service to the community, and for your leadership. I look forward to hearing your choice.
Thank you, Mr. Landecker. Any questions for this applicant? Okay, very good. The next applicant is Stephen Nipper, followed by Thomas Parker, who's on Zoom. Would you contact Mr. Parker to make sure we get right at him, please? Mr. Nipper.
Mayor Rouse and council, thank you so much for your time and allowing me to be here with my application. I grew up originally on the Riviera. I spent most of my youth on the west side of Santa Barbara, and then in late high school moved to the Mesa. My business is downtown. My full-time job is downtown. But unfortunately, I'm going to make this a little bit easier for you. I'm also going to withdraw my application. It turns out through an address change, I now live 2 blocks outside the city limits and don't qualify as an elector on the current requirement for this committee. So I look forward to that changing. I would make an amazing member of this committee. I would love to serve our community, but technically I need to withdraw.
Well, thank you for coming in and letting us know. Appreciate it.
Of course, I didn't want to just no-show.
I'm not going to just let you go just like that. I need you to share to the public a little bit more of your love and how much you've given back to this community and actually through law enforcement. If you could just give us a little bit before you leave.
Of course. My initial interactions with law enforcement were not positive. As a youth on the west side, I was on a skateboard. I had long hair. I didn't know the community, and I had a couple interactions with cops. They didn't lead to any arrests, but they were not necessarily positive, and I wasn't particularly doing positive things to warrant the interaction. I did have, later in my early teens, I had an officer who charged me with an incident that turned out to not be true. I ended up with a 5-day jury trial as an 18-year-old and was found not guilty. And that led me to actually want to join the force. I actually went through all the prerequisites to join law enforcement because I wanted to be a positive change in my community. I didn't want this to be happening to youth. I didn't want other people to go through what I did, and I figured the best way to do that was actually to become an officer and create change. The change that we see in our daily life is the change that we're committed to making as people. And it was through that commitment that I did my first ride-alongs as part of that initial training, which I would encourage everyone to do. That opened my eyes, and as a 20-year-old, I realized I couldn't become the person I needed to be to safely put on a uniform. I didn't possess those social, it was scary to me to go on that ride-along and see what was encountered just on our streets in Santa Barbara. I opted to not pursue that career, and that's when I got into water. I know a few officers by name, but as you all know, or probably have seen, we contribute to lots of social and nonprofit and organizations here in Santa Barbara. It's one of the prerequisites of my company. We love to give back to our community. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for it. Mr. Gutierrez, you have a question?
Yeah, no, I just want to give you a thanks for providing water and a bathroom during the solstice parade. Much appreciated.
We serve our community in many ways.
Okay, thank you very much. We had an infomercial there. It's nice.
Thank you so much.
Is Thomas Parker on Zoom and ready to roll?
I'm here.
Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think I've met most, if not all of you, at one time or another. I've been here in the community for about 17 years now. My wife's been here for over 45 years. I'm currently in Denver, speaking to you from the National Conference of for Tactical Officers. And I do this 2 or 3 times a year to different organizations to keep myself updated for some of the expert witness work I do on police practices. You've had a chance to read the application, which pretty much lays out the professional qualifications I think I have for this. I'm also a former two-term member of the Fire and Police Commission, once in 2008 for 2 years when I had to leave because of a professional conflict of interest. And then again, about 10 years later, where I filled in the balance of a commissioner's term that couldn't continue on with it. But I think I bring a pretty balanced perspective to the new work of this commission, and I was very, very happy to see the city and this commission taking on this new approach to oversight of law enforcement, especially as well as to the fire department. I retired as the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI in Los Angeles, which also covered this territory. And prior to that, I was a police officer up in Santa Clara, California for 3.5 years. I was then the first law enforcement park ranger to go to Yosemite National Park and help them start that program. Was recruited into the FBI from there. But in my FBI career, I've worked all over the country. I've worked in some other countries as well, and really have a very strong understanding, I think, of the nature and the problems and the benefits of the police work and the police profession. I've worked with law enforcement agencies in all of those locations, and I think from that perspective and the perspective that I've had in the FBI of not only being a street agent, but being a first-line supervisor, being a middle manager, and being an executive manager, I've seen it from all perspectives, and I've seen it from, again, all the perspectives of the work that we did across the country. I retired a number of years ago from law enforcement work from the FBI. And after service on the commission, I also worked for about 25 years and still have my fingers in it to a little bit as an expert witness on police practices, both on behalf of police departments and police officers that were accused of things that weren't true, and also in terms of exposing and issuing recommendations on officers that did not perform the way it was expected of them. I think that, along with being a private citizen now for a number of years, and especially 17 years here in Santa Barbara, I've truly got a balanced perspective on police work, which I think would benefit this commission. I know there's one of my former colleagues on the commission, Ms. Dozier, who I'll say was a very good agent. I'm sure she's a very good commissioner. But I think I bring a level of experience that goes above that in terms of some of the issues that the commission is looking at and will continue to be looking at. In that expert witness work, again, it's taken me to a number of different locations. I even did a project funded by the State Department where a team I had, we worked with the Russian Ministry of the Interior, their police force, to try and bring a more professional work product to them in terms of use of force, in terms of lack of corruption, things like that. And I don't know, because of events over the intervening years, whether they've continued to stay with that. But that was a big event for me in terms of my education.
Mr. Parker, we need you to wrap up.
Sure.
We're trying to keep everybody to 3 minutes here, so.
Did I hit 3 minutes? I'm
A
sorry.
little while ago, yes.
Okay. Could I just do a quick wrap?
Very quickly, please.
Okay. As I said, I think I do bring a pretty balanced perspective with a lot of experience on both sides of the issue. And I would ask for your positive consideration of my application. And I'm sorry I went over.
No problem. Mr. Gutierrez has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Parker. I appreciate your previous service and you reapplying. I consider you a walking encyclopedia of information and experience. So with that being said, the commission's changed since you served on it, and so has a lot of things nationwide. So with all your experience and your perspective, how do you think you'll be able to serve on this commission now that it's changed, and also the changing landscape of law enforcement nationwide?
Well, thank you for that question. I think the first part of my answer is that Like this conference here, I've spent a fair amount of time and my own money trying to stay updated on the police profession in terms of all of the controversies that have occurred over the last several years. But in addition to that, excuse me, in addition to that, I serve on the board as well as on a regional committee for Boy Scouts of America. And one of my primary tasks has been to improve the relations between scouting and the minority communities. In this community and around our region, California and Hawaii, I've worked with others in terms of trying to recruit minorities, Hispanic community, African American, Asian, whatever, to scouting and more involvement in their communities. And that's something that I believe very, very strongly in. I would bring that to this commission. I'm pleased to see that this emphasis on relationships with the community has been added to it. And I think my perspective on that would be a very positive one in terms of trying to build the work of this commission.
Thank you for your service.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Parker. That next applicant will be Charles Santry, followed by Barbara Silver.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm Chuck Santry. I escaped from LA in 1971 and was fortunate enough to land here in Santa Barbara. I've basically moved to Santa Barbara to become involved in a small business in Isla Vista. Went through the riots in Isla Vista. And that business grew to be a national company, and I was fortunate enough to be able to sell it and move on to other things. So my business background has led me to a lot of different things, and I've worked with a lot of different people. I've been in the restaurant business. I've been in the leather goods business. I've been in food and beverage businesses. I've created kombucha drinks, you name it, I probably have done it. The one thing that I really that got me interested in this was my one-year term just ended with the Santa Barbara County Grand Jury. Okay, and if you follow any of our reports, we had a fairly significant year. We had 3 investigations of death in custody. We had governance and transparency on the Santa Maria Valley Water Conservation District. And those paled to the cybersecurity issues at the Santa Barbara County Board of Education. So we dealt with those, we made our recommendations, but it kind of got me interested in watching what's going on in all these agencies, okay? Ours were committees with no oversight, literally, and I feel that the Police and Fire Commission, I think it was brought up that it has changed. It's changed significantly, okay? And now we have oversight. Before, we just had a commission. I think the oversight is an important aspect of Fire and Police Commission at this point. As far as having the time to do it, I'm basically on my 5th retirement. So I'm a consultant now. I pick my own times, so I have time to do it. I did serve on co-chair on the Santa Barbara County Grand Jury. I was on 4 committees on the Grand Jury and was in the report writing part of the Grand Jury. I've been, like I said, I came here in '71. I have family ties that go back 3 generations in Santa Barbara through my wife. And I think that I would be a valuable asset in bringing a non-biased, consensus-driven, solution-driven problem to problems that occur with the Police and Fire Commission. And with that, I have any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Santry? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our final applicant is Barbara Silver.
Hello, everybody. You're probably surprised to see me here, thinking you appointed me to an oversight committee already. Why am I looking for another one? That Measure C committee has not yet met, and there's no meeting date, so I have not yet served, and I didn't include service on my application. So I'm here for the same reason I applied for that one, and that is for the needs of the disabled. When I saw the call go out asking for passionate volunteers, I looked to see what progress had been made, including the disabled in the Fire Department's Office of Emergency Management services, and really no progress since the Access Advisory Committee spoke with them. So I was on that committee for a couple different terms, listening and inviting law enforcement and emergency preparedness people to engage with us. That was not really an interest of theirs, and the disability community is not very vocal. It's a large community. It's a very diverse community with very diverse needs, but very vulnerable and not likely to be addressing you like I am here now or serving on any of these committees. So I'm going to be really brief. My background, since you know me from before, I've been a social worker in San Bernardino County. I've been a researcher here in Santa Barbara, teaching research skills and doing outreach to the community on the Chancellor Speakers Bureau. I have served on the grand jury too, and I also did the Leadership Santa Barbara County program. So I'm prepared to take on the duties that are involved. I'd like you to consider giving me a dual appointment so I can be more effective on both committees. My experience with law enforcement and firefighters, so I was rescued during the Jesucita fire. I've been called in to report on an incident I inadvertently witnessed that was more or less like the George Floyd situation. And I also was involved in a neighborhood investigation of a beloved pedophile. So I've had a lot of traumatic experiences, and I've had some ordinary ones too. My perspective would be that this committee would be assessing the needs of the whole community, not just the disability community, and that we would be looking at how adequately these needs are being met, and we'd also be looking at the efficiencies and what else these departments need to do their jobs. Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nett has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have one question for the applicant and then one, I think, question for the clerk. But Ms. Silver, it lists here Access Advisory Committee 2014 to 2021. Did you serve on that committee?
Yes, I served 2 terms, and then I continued on until they were able to appoint a replacement.
Okay, thank you.
During that time, I applied to the Downtown Parking Committee for the same reasons, looking at the unmet needs of the disability community.
And then, so Downtown Parking Committee lists 2022. Are you still serving on that, or
Yes,
is that?
yes.
Okay, thank you. So I
I'm still
just
there.
wanted to highlight that. And then maybe this is a question for the clerk, I'm not sure, but we seem to have 2 different formats of applications, and Ms. Silvers is an example. Yeah, that was my only question for the applicant, but we have the type that has, thank you.
Yes, I can tell you why I didn't fill it out online if you're interested.
Oh, well, I'm not sure. I think this might be a question for our staff to answer, because the questions are different. They have questions such as, have you been convicted of a felony, or specific questions to the Fire and Police Commission, but some of the applications are the general advisory board. Yeah.
Yes, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon. So some individuals chose to complete the hard copy application or offline application. We did ask follow-up questions, and those 2 follow-up questions were criminal history, criminal background, that are specific to the commission in terms of eligibility. So Ms. Silver did answer those questions separately.
So we would assume that if they're not, if they're in this packet, that they're eligible candidates?
Yes.
And then, okay, thank you. That answers that.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And that completes, unless Jacob Pierre Ainsart is here? Okay, very good. And that concludes the Fire and Police Commission interviews. Thank you very much for applying, all of you. May we have the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Next item is item 12, interviews for the Architectural Board of Review.
All righty, so we have, looks like 6 names here, and once again, the same format where we'll come up and ask you, or you give us your information. We may ask questions, and we'd like you to stay around 3 minutes if you can. Ms. Sneddon, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. If we have a question that we would want to ask of all the applicants, should we say that now, or?
You know, I think that's a good idea. There's something, everybody can address that as they come forward. Do you have that question, William?
I do. I just, really specifically, one of the directives of ABR is to consider natural charm and beauty, historical style and quality, and architectural features, and I'm just interested in knowing from each applicant what that means to them.
Okay. All right, very good. And if you want that asked again when you come up, please do, and we'll get you to ask that again. So we'll start out. Oh, what?
Question too for all.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
I was thinking the same thing as Councilman in terms of the question, but my question is, there has been discussion about some of our boards and commissions going outside their purview when they're reviewing projects. So can you speak to your understanding of the purview of ABR, and if you felt it was going outside, how would you handle that?
All right, very good. So once again, if you can answer those questions in the body of your testimony, that would be great. And if you have to ask them again, please do. And then Mr. Gutierrez seems to have one. What would you?
Yes, I just want to offer for the applicants for the Fire and Police Commission and Architectural Board of Review, if you all want to schedule meetings to meet with us individually to go over your qualifications, please do so.
All right, and with that, we'll start with Carolyn Adams to be followed by Dee Dee Calderwood. Carolyn Adams, please. Okay, let's move to Dee Dee Calderwood. Wow. Brian Miller. There we go. I knew he was out there.
Hi, my name is Brian Miller. Honored to be here. Just to start off my experience, I previously was on the Single Family Design Board from 2010 to 2022. I was stood up as their chair for the last 2 sessions, the last 2 emaciations of being the chair. And the reason I decided to interview to become a part of the ABR was I have a body of knowledge and experience in terms of how to review the architecture in our town. I practically have the design guidelines memorized. And to your question about the quality, anyway, I totally agree with you. I think the architectural integrity and the excitement and the interest and uniqueness of our community is critical. I think our design boards are kind of under assault all through California with these rules and laws coming in from Sacramento. I think it's important we have someone on the board that really understands that and has a lot of background information and experience. I think it's also critical for someone on the board to not take everything personal and create an adversarial environment, but make it very calming and casual. And, you know, and if I could say kind of in a fun context, because it is the styles of different architecture can create a lot of emotional reactions. So it's really important that when someone comes and presents their styles or their designs, that they're heard, but that they're also told and understood of what we require and what we expect in this community. And I think that's important. And so who's ever on that board really has to be grounded in what that means. So I've been practicing architecture in Santa Barbara since 1988. I've been on the Pearl Chase Society, very familiar with the work of G.W. Smith, good friends with, I forget her name, the previous mayor. I'm nervous now, so I'm losing my memory. But I'm very acutely aware of what's needed to be done, and let's see. Now that I'm clamming up, I can't believe I'm doing this, but anyway, those are my qualifications, and I apologize for not being succinctly clear, but I'm very familiar to how to lead a board and guide a board and make sure that the communication between the people on both sides of the table are heard and understood.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this applicant? All right, very good. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Kate Novotny.
Good afternoon.
You can pull
Mayor.
that mic right down if you would.
Need to be taller for the job. Here you go. All right. Good afternoon. My name's Kate Novotny, and after sitting here for a little while, I realize I'm a lot newer to this city than other people. I wasn't born here. I didn't go to school here. I have an accent. But my husband and I own a home and have lived in Santa Barbara for 10 years. I have a grown son who also lives here. So I'm at a point in my life where I have plenty of time to devote to what would be necessary for this position. The Architectural Review Board to me is really a very important thing because they're here to protect the beauty of Santa Barbara. But with all of the pressures coming down from all over the place, it's also a balancing act, and we need to accept growth and change. So this is not an easy position, I don't think. Architectural review is absolutely in my wheelhouse because that's what I do every day. I have been a licensed contractor for over 20 years. So as a female, probably early to that profession, but I do put the boots and the hat on, and I have done for a long time. A lot of that, where I lived previously in Malibu, which is a very tough city to navigate. They're dominated by the Coastal Commission, and so I can read plans, I can implement building site rules and regs. I have designed and built projects in multiple jurisdictions, including Santa Barbara City, including Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, Los Angeles County, the City of Malibu, the City of Los Angeles, and most recently a project in Carmel. And I have expedited for a lot of clients and navigated through the Planning and Architectural Review Board in those jurisdictions, including the California Coastal Commission, which is never easy. I've also stood in front of those same organizations and requested modifications to overreaching developments. So I consider myself to be a very a moderator in development. As a homeowner in Santa Barbara for over 10 years, I've gained tremendous respect for the beauty of Santa Barbara. The more I'm here, the more I think it's a beautifully run city. I think it's a very beautiful location. And I think it's something that we should fight for. And I think it's going to be a bit of a fight. So I'd like to be part of that effort. I believe I bring a different perspective. I haven't been here for forever. And I have always fought for a balance in development. With the current pressure for housing, I think it's going to be very hard to protect the historic style and the feel of Santa Barbara going forward, and also integrate all of the requirements that are being put on everybody in California. I'm very interested in the redevelopment of State Street and downtown. I'm particularly concerned about the height and volume of the buildings and the pressure to raise the height and volume to create housing. It seems that housing is the one thing that everybody's insisting upon, and I think we have to be very careful where we place that. I think it's crucial for this city to have a strong and fair architectural review board, and it should welcome diverse opinions. It should incorporate the new and the different while still protecting the history and the beauty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this applicant? All right, thank you very much. Move on to Andrew Petrovsky.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I did receive notice that Mr. Petrovsky would like to withdraw his application.
Thank you. And then finally, we'll have Will Sofrin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I
love the city of Santa Barbara, and I want to be part of continuing to make Santa Barbara a beautiful city as the generations go on. I'm 43 years old. I'm very active. I've got a 7-year-old daughter, and I like to be part of the community that I'm in. Before moving to Santa Barbara, I served for 6 years as the mayor's appointee to the Miracle Mile North HPOZ, Historic Preservation Overlay Zone in Los Angeles. And on that board, I learned so much. It was an incredible opportunity for me to be part of my community and learn about what was important to my neighbors. More importantly, I really put a lot of priority on focusing on communication and being a conduit so that that board didn't stifle the progression of the neighborhood, because even though Santa Barbara has a lot of historic architectural integrity, it's important for us to remember how we preserve that integrity, but at the same time adapt our city so that it will be here for another 100 years for the future generations of Santa Barbara. I also think that we're at a big sort of point in a precipice here where we've got a housing crisis, there's a lot of state mandates coming down, and I see a great opportunity. I think problems are opportunities, and there could be an opportunity in the future where maybe some of the commercial zones in Santa Barbara can be, have their zones sort of classifications updated to help accommodate some of the housing crisis. I think the force of ADUs is not a optimum solution or a long-term solution. Eventually, a lot of people are going to run out of space and not be able to build guest houses in their backyard, which is what's happening quite a bit. I am a designer. I'm not a licensed architect, but my work predominantly is in architecture. I've got quite a few projects here in Santa Barbara and a number of historical homes, which I love. So I have a fair amount of experience of presenting to the boards. And what I also see as a priority of mine would be to, it's come up, I've spoken to some of the council members here, is to stay in the purview of what we're supposed to do, to not pontificate, to help our applicants get through the process in a timely manner so that we can accelerate development for the neighborhood when it needs to happen. I could keep going, but why don't we cut the time short, because to a case in point.
All right, very good. Are there questions for this applicant? Thank you very much for applying. Appreciate that. That is it on the ABR interviews. We'll be getting back to that a little bit later on today. And with that, also I'd like to recommend that maybe Ms. Sneddon and Mr. Friedman, if you would, maybe submit those questions for this particular office to the clerk for future consideration, because I think they were good questions for that board to have. So, if you would. Okay, could you read the next item, please?
Certainly. Next item is item 13, reporting out and recommendations of State Street Interim Operations Ad Hoc Committee.
Okay, now this is a report out from the ad hoc committee. We don't have a staff report per se. It will be the committee themselves that will be commenting, so I will leave it to the committee to lead us into this discussion. Who would like to go? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll be honest, I was not prepared to lead, but
Cool.
I'm happy to with the memo that we submitted. Some of these are actions that have been recommended throughout the process of the ad hoc committee. I will start by saying I am very excited that these are now being heard by all of council, and given the amount of public input we've received just for today's, I think it is appropriate that the whole council be hearing these. These items that we queued up were really ones that we thought could be implemented immediately and really without much delay. I do want to give some detail on what some of these are. Will it be staff going through the presentation? Or?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, we have staff here to respond to questions about the implementation, what it would take to do implementation of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee.
So then, I mean, I guess we hadn't coordinated this. So who gives the PowerPoint?
The PowerPoint is the PowerPoint that was put together by staff in response, to be able to be responsive to your questions.
So how would we do this, Madam Administrator? Should we have the committee, or the committee's introducing this, and then go into the staff report and then into public comment? Questions to say?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sutton, I think the best way to do it is let the committee introduce it, as Ms. Sutton is doing, and then we can have, at your pleasure, we can walk through either the ones that we think are most easily implemented and give you a sense of that, those where there are real challenges, or we may just have issue, there may be unknown concerns about how we would implement them, and so we can address them that way. This is a somewhat different approach. When we did the report out from the other ad hoc committee, it really was led by the committee members, and so we are ready to respond.
All right, very good, because I have a feeling that questions and comments are going to be kind of blended as we come from the committee on these individual items.
And Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sutton, I think that's probably the case, but you also have a good number of people attending, both some in person, and I can see online you have a good number of people as well, so to the extent.
That was my point, was we're going to have a significant amount of public comment, so
Right.
the proper time to tee that up is usually after questions.
That's correct.
So,
Might I suggest that we go through the presentation?
okay.
Since it is.
If that's the pleasure of the committee, I'll stick to that, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
So,
And I apologize that we didn't really coordinate that, but I can see that all the recommendations are in the PowerPoint. so
very
we
good.
can go
Mr.
through that.
Bossy, you want to go ahead and,
I wasn't finished with my.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Or
Sorry.
vice versa.
So just some of these, all of these were things that we felt could be implemented immediately and would do much to sort of alleviate some of the immediate strains on State Street. I really want to emphasize that these are pilot projects. These are not permanent solutions, and they are recommended in conjunction with some of the recommendations of things that are being considered in the long-range State Street master planning, so that these could inform that long-term master plan. And I maybe want to give some detail on some of these subcommittee requests. So I don't know if we wanted to go through the slides just because it, well, I'll just say currently, we felt that deep cleaning needed to be maybe more frequent and maybe more attention to those blocks that have the most foot traffic or other traffic on it that really don't look like the welcoming part of the city, particularly in the 500 block. The second recommendation, that we designate at least 2 blocks as pedestrian only, dismount and walk bicycles. We want to try at least 1 block, if not more, that is pedestrian only dismounting bicycles, and this is also to help inform the State Street master planning process. That has been something that's been asked for, and we felt that we wouldn't really be able to know if that was workable or not unless we tried it for at least 1 block. The suggestion number 3, to reduce the speed limit of all wheeled vehicles in the area. This is intended to address bicycle safety, not just on the promenade, but in the cross streets, as we're considering parklet programs. If vehicles were slower, then those would be safer on the side streets, but then also we wouldn't need to be making the delineation between whether it's pedal assist or whether it's full throttle. There's just a speed limit in the area. We felt very strongly about implementing temporary bike lanes with a physical separation on all the blocks that are not designated pedestrian only. We've seen a lot of different mock-ups of these in the ad hoc committee. Some of them are more three-dimensional. Some of them can meander. Some create road disruption that slows things down. We weren't attached to any one of these, but we felt strongly that immediately we need to have separated bike lanes, for at least for a trial. We recommended one-way vehicle drop-off in front of the Granada Theater, and this is to address concerns that we've heard repeatedly in public comment about the difficulty of anybody who isn't as mobile to be able to enter the front of the Granada Theater. And then number 6, and I want to be clear on this one, implementing a small, slow, accessible people mover. Some that were presented in the long-range State Street Master Planning were something called a FRAN. It was a free area, neighborhood area. City of Pasadena has these. You can either have them running up and down State Street. They're small, nimble, more like a golf cart, but they could also be called on demand with a QR code. These other cities use these, but we are not attached to any one particular one, but felt really strongly that maybe it could be, bicycle tram, some type of accessible service so that we can have Cass Ensberg's mom and others like her who have been missing out on enjoying and experiencing the promenade. We also wanted to agendize formal consideration with HLC design guidelines and the El Pueblo Viejo Historic District. HLC at different times has given a lot of commentary informally on design guidelines that have not had a conduit or way to be heard before council or considered formally, and we wanted to make it very clear that we wanted their formal consideration so that that is agendized and handled. And then we're not confident that all the new structures are adhering to design standards. They've been guidelines, and so we want to address that and then leave it open for anything else immediate that the council sees fit to implement. And we had more on our list, but these were the ones that were already sort of underway or starting and that we felt could be more immediately implemented.
So I was thinking, with the pleasure of the council, do we have the recommendations to post on the screen? I was thinking that maybe we could tee up questions and questions only about that and try not to opine on a particular subject, and then allow the public to comment and then come back to council for deliberation. Does that make sense to everyone?
Mayor Rouse, I can suggest an approach, which is that staff are prepared to speak to each of these, and then we could take your questions on each of these, either at the end of staff responding to each of the implementations or as we talk about each one.
Okay.
And some of them may be,
Because there's going to be questions and there's going to be deliberations, and of course, and we have to realize the action item today is to direct staff. It's not to decide on these items per se. So we will be directing staff.
it can be.
Yeah. So, very good. And we do have a number of public speakers, so we do want to get to those. But I think first maybe we should get some of the questions answered from the various items. And Madam Clerk, you have a number online as well, right? Yeah, thought you did. Okay. Shall we do that? And once again, let's try to keep it to information, questions, and then save deliberation for after public comment. As tempted as we may be to get into the midst of it. So,
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Bossi. I'm the downtown team manager with the Public Works Department with the city. And I am joined by quite an impressive group of city employees who received this memo back a few weeks ago and have been working diligently to address all the items in it. It's definitely a multi-departmental effort. None of these just involves a single department. So we are all here to answer any questions that you may have on these various directives. In summary, all the action items that were in the memo can be implemented to one degree or another. The action items really just differ in complexity, they differ in cost, and they differ in time frame. Most of these action items will require council to identify a funding source. Some of the action items will require further evaluation as they are a bit more detailed than others. Again, complexity varies from action item to action item. And then, if appropriate, staff would request that council prioritize the proposed action items, and then we can address those at future council meetings. As you remember from last week, we'll be coming back to you on a monthly basis with updates and action items related to the interim operations on State Street. So real quick for clarification, and this is going to come up likely throughout this conversation because some of the directives seemed a bit larger than others, so we weren't sure, did you mean the State Street Master Plan project area, or did you mean the promenade? So we kind of did a little of both. The area in red is the actual State Street Master Plan area, basically from the 101 up to Sola, and then you have Chapala and Anacapa as your other boundaries. The promenade itself is primarily from the 400 through the 1300 block, with the 500 through the 1200 block has that altered vehicle configuration, and no regular vehicles on that stretch of the promenade, only for deliveries in the mornings. So the various committee requests, you just heard these from Councilmember Sneddon. Deep cleaning of State Street Master Plan project area, designating 2 blocks as pedestrian only, reducing speed limits, implementing temporary bike lanes, introduce a drop-off pickup zone at the Granada, introduce a shuttle service, a people mover on State Street, consider HLC design guidelines for the State Street Master Plan project area, and then ensure accessibility and design compliance, as well as that last one of any other. So jumping in, number 1, deep cleaning of the State Street Master Plan project area. So currently, your downtown team provides the following: power washing of State Street sidewalks weekly. They work their way up State Street. We have daily janitorial services on both the sidewalks and the street, litter pickup, spills, messes, things like that. We have daily restroom cleaning at the public restrooms, a minimum of 3 times a day, higher than that for special events and weekends. We conduct landscape maintenance. Each planter is cleaned up and pruned on a weekly basis. We also provide daily power sweeping of State Street. That's our folks on kind of the smaller street sweepers going up and down State Street. We do that on a daily basis. And then we do power wash State Street, the surface of State Street, on a quarterly basis, as you're well aware. So very comprehensive cleaning. That is just on the promenade again. So with a further deep cleaning for the State Street Master Plan project area. So that again bumps that out to Chapala and Anacapa, as well as the 0-100 blocks of those cross streets. So looking at power washing of the sidewalks, we could do additional graffiti and litter removal. We would conduct additional or enhanced street sweeping on both Chapala and Anacapa. We would also do planter maintenance on the 0-100 blocks, as well as up and down Chapala and Anacapa. So that is basically the entire State Street Master Plan area. So we're going well beyond what we currently do. We estimate that one-time deep cleaning cost to be approximately $50,000. If it is council's intent to just do enhanced cleaning on primarily the promenade and then bump that out to the 0-100 blocks, we received an estimate from one of our contractors, and that would be to the tune of about $30,000. So it depends on if you want to do the whole master plan project area or kind of just the promenade with the 0-100 blocks included.
Mr. Boss, we have questions on item 1. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is more a question for the ad hoc committee to understand their thinking about this. I had thought that this deep clean would be about additional services specifically for the promenade rather than additional blocks like those side blocks. So can you take me through your thinking of why you prioritize Chapala and Anacapa, and whether you considered, instead of sort of expanding, increasing the number of times that the promenade itself was cleaned?
Yeah, I'm not
Ms.
sure.
Sneddon.
I guess we could all answer. I would say it's open to discussion. So it's really getting an idea of how much the cost would be, and the whole idea is to say that it needs to be cleaner, and then we could decide which area.
All right, Mr. Friedman.
Well, thanks. Just to clarify, we're going to go item by item, ask questions.
I think so, because they're really disparate items, so we kind of need to get each one, and then we'll.
Okay. Just a follow-up. If we went down the path of providing additional regularly scheduled cleanings for State Street, would you need direction, or could we give direction to look at the areas that need it more? Like some areas are obviously getting heavier use and have more issues than others. So rather than just going up and down, could we do have a base, but then the areas that really need additional, that's something that you would want clarification from as well if we decided to expand cleaning?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yeah, that would, we could definitely do that. More of your restaurant areas that are traipsing back and forth and food and drinks and things like that. We could focus on more of those areas, the 5 to 600 block, and we could get a cost for that as well.
And so you need to go back and cost that out, so you wouldn't have those numbers today, just on where it's coming.
I do not
Okay,
have
thank you.
those numbers. And the one thing we have to remember with the power washing of the bricks is that too much of that blows out that sand and kind of grout material between them, which then causes loosening. So we have to be careful about that as well, the number of times we power wash those.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would have opened up this with my opinion too, that you put 3 people in a room and you're going to get 6 opinions. So some of these, I think, or most of them just really represent a starting discussion point. As you all know, we're getting beat up on everything, that nothing's happening, it's happening behind closed doors, it's not happening out in
Right,
public.
but we're just in the question phase right now.
I'm
so-
going to get to the public. You
Okay.
didn't give me a moment at the start, so thanks. Brian, so I would be a little more specific with, on Councilmember Friedman's sort of direction, is without spending any more money, are there places you can power wash less right now, clean less right now, and hire messier places that you can clean more without seeing much of a degradation in overall cleanliness at those less messy ones? And would that be a starting point before you start talking about spending more money?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, yes, we could do that. We could identify the areas that get more use or more food traffic, drinks spilling, things of that nature. We could identify those. That will pull services away from some of the other blocks that maybe don't get as much of that. So that might be a cause of concern for retailers and restaurants up in those areas, but that is something we could definitely work on.
But you do, I'm assuming somebody has a finger on the pulse of when these cleanings take place, where it's really dirty and other places that aren't really dirty, right?
Definitely, our cleaning contractor is well aware of those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to the power washing, deep cleaning, so I've been getting a lot of requests for this on a fairly regular basis from the business owners on the 300 and 400 block of State Street. Can you, if you're able to, just comment on why is it that those blocks in particular are feeling neglected when it comes to the amount of cleaning that we're doing?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I couldn't answer for them what they're feeling or why they're feeling that way. I can tell you that each block gets the same amount of power washing every week throughout. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we go all the way down to Cabrillo Boulevard and up. So every block gets power washed every week. So I'm not sure why they're feeling that their blocks are dirtier. We do also, as I mentioned, we currently have litter pickup daily, spot pickup, janitorial cleaning daily on those sidewalks. So I'm not quite sure why they would express that concern. But we can look into it more and see if that truly is the case.
Do you have data that shows the amount of foot traffic each block experiences? Maybe that's a reason why?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I'm not aware of any such data.
Okay. The other aspect of why we're suggesting having the power washing expanded from not just State Street, but also the side streets, is because the majority of our parking structures and parking lots are on those side streets. So people that come to State Street to experience State Street have to walk through those side streets in order to get to and from State Street. And we've gotten a lot of feedback that, State Street might be clean, but those side streets aren't. So when we're kind of encouraging people to come visit State Street, we got to make sure that the entrance and exit of those areas are also as clean, because it'll reflect on the overall experience of the people that go to State Street.
All right, very good. Mr. Boss, you mentioned the $50,000 number, and I was wondering if that's new financing, exotic financing from some other source. We did have that thing where staff presented us a number that was required to provide the maintenance, which was, that number was not approved. So where does this money come from? How do we generate these funds? And is the $50,000 over and above what we have in status quo?
Mr. Mayor, that $50,000 would be, all of the figures we're going to be going through here is above and beyond.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, very good. Thank you. If we're done with item 1, for questions, let's move on to item 2 then, please.
Item number 2, designate a minimum of 2 blocks as pedestrian only. The subcommittee in the memo requests at least the 500, 700, and 800 blocks be designated as pedestrian only. Staff can design and implement pedestrian-only blocks at your direction. The estimated cost for that is between $5,000 and $7,000. That would primarily have to do with sign development, purchase, and then installation. However, there are limited resources as far as police enforcement, as you're very well aware. We would rely on self-policing of these pedestrian-only blocks. And we do have some safety concerns regarding the lack of alternative bike routes. So if you're a cyclist and you're coming from north or south and you hit one of these blocks and you're required to get off your bike, which way do you go? And you don't want to get off your bike, which way do you go? How are you going to get around to get to your destination? So that is a concern. In further discussions, again, we can do this, and staff recommends if you are going to consider a pedestrian-only block or blocks, do that on the 500 and 600 blocks of State Street, have those be pedestrian only, and that is primarily in order to effectively implement your item number 4, which has to do with the bike lanes. If we have a ped only on the 5 and then 7 and 8, you're off your bike on the 5, you're on your bike on the 6, you get off of the 7 and 8, it just creates confusion, and hopefully if it's more consistent, there will be better adherence to the ped only blocks. So that's our proposed recommendation for your consideration.
Okay, for item number 2, Mr. Friedman, question.
Thank you. First, you answered some of the questions, and maybe I'll ask the committee after, just get a clarification from staff. So your recommendation is to do 500 and 600, 2 contiguous blocks. If we went where it's 1 block and then you can bike and then you have to walk and bike, what are the implications in terms of just mobility for bicycles, and then also for enforcement purposes? If you put 2 blocks together, how would that be in terms of enforcement, because that's what it's going to take? Would that be something that would be more likely to be able to come up with a plan or not? So can you talk to the 2 issues of enforcement and mobility in the alternatives?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I think from an enforcement perspective, again, the police department has very limited resources as far as enforcement is concerned. Previously, when the 500 block was pedestrian only, we had some of our ambassadors go out there. That was not a good idea. Our ambassadors are not set up for that kind of job task. They are there to help people and get them moving around, get people resources they need, so enforcement isn't really in their wheelhouse. We also find that if the 2 blocks are there and we do have the ability to enforce occasionally through the police department, it's a lot easier for them to do that on 2 consecutive blocks as opposed to blocks skipping here and there. From the bicyclist side of things, obviously, if there's more consistency, it's a whole lot easier to cycle.
All right, thank you. And then just to the committee, can you just get into your reasoning of 1 block on, 1 block off, or if that was just the recommendation and you might be open to, say, 2 contiguous blocks?
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, and I'll speak for myself, really. But I think we had originally talked about 4 continuous blocks and then thought that might be too many. And then in talking with staff and the downtown organization, the idea was that the 700 and the 800 blocks, because there's not much happening there, would be opportunities for programming to really try having those pedestrian only, so that then we could try things, try activities. And the 500 block being already so sort of congested and narrow isn't really a prime block to try, a promenade where there's programming. So that was the idea in that. So then we sort of cut it down to the 500 block and the 700 and 800, but maybe the 500 block and the 700 block, and also with the idea that if people are getting off their bikes for a block, that's not too onerous to then get back on. And also following sort of Pearl Street Promenade, those are, and many other successful promenades are dismounting on bicycles for short periods, short blocks. So I would say for myself, we're open to which blocks, but the 500 block, to your comments previously, makes sense because they're already so narrow. But if we wanted to try a sort of barren block and really try to activate it with programs to see what that's like, then the 700 block would be ideal for that.
Okay. Mr. Friedman, are you still asking?
I did have a follow-up. I think you answered my question, so it is open to that. And then, I don't have anything right now. Thanks.
All right, very good. If there are a number of questions on 2, we can move to item 3.
Item number 3, reduce the speed limit to 15 miles per hour in the State Street Master Plan project area. So I'm going to separate these out into 2 different items. The first is on State Street. Staff can post 20 mile per hour signs on State Street in the near term, and that is primarily based on the fact that it is considered a business corridor with over 50% of the frontage being retail and dining. So that is a possibility. Again, that gets you down to the 20 miles per hour, not 15 miles an hour. And again, similar to the pedestrian-only blocks, the police department is lacking in resources, as we all know. So there are limited resources for police enforcement of that. Radar enforcement, because you would basically be in radar on bicyclists, is not practical from a police department's perspective. And we estimate that this could be done for a cost of about $7,500, again, for the signage, development, purchase, and installation. Moving off of State Street, because again, the request was for the master plan project area. Reducing the speed limit requires engineering and traffic studies for each street. The thing with these studies, among others, is that the results, it could result in higher speed limits on these cross streets. Right now, a lot of the cross streets, Gutierrez, Coda, Haley, and Korea are all at 25. Depending on how the information comes out from these engineering and traffic studies, that could be higher. It could be different as well. So a different street has a different speed limit on it. The estimated cost for something like this, we don't have a dollar figure, but it ends up being about 20 to 30 hours of staff time per street or per study, and there are 10 or more streets in the State Street Master Plan project area. Noting all the studies that need to be done to effectuate something of this nature, we would estimate about 5 to 7 months to complete those studies.
Very good. And Mr. Bossi, does street light timing have anything to do with practical speeds on an area like State Street, for example?
Mr. Mayor, I am not qualified to ask that question, but I do have some staff here who are experts in that regard.
Very good. Because I know that is employed in some places to help control automobile speed.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Badad Garagosli, city in traffic engineering for the city. It does affect speeds in the downtown area. We do set our speed limits on like De La Vina Street, Chapala Street, Anacapa Street to all be at 25 miles an hour to help with that progression and keep speeds a little bit lower. On the side streets, we don't have that same type of coordination and progression, so it's less likely that you're going to hit a green light every single time as you're going east-west. But yeah, it can affect speeds.
But a corridor like State Street itself, though, has a pretty high frequency of signal to cross streets. right? So is that designed for 25 or is that designed for less?
The side streets are not.
Not the side street, State Street itself.
Yeah. There's no State Street progression right now, so there's no defined corridor speed along State Street. It used to be 25 miles an hour, but again, it wasn't specifically timed for a vehicle traveling up and down State Street to hit green lights.
I would say, I think you'd have a hard time getting up to 25 miles an hour between the State Street cross streets and the pedestrian crossing. Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you arbitrarily put in a 00 block stop sign mid-block without having to worry about the manual sitting on the bookshelf?
No, we would not be able to do that without worrying about that manual that protects the city and provides liability.
Typically when we have these conversations, it's for defense liability, right? So can somebody explain to me how you're reducing speed and putting the city in jeopardy from a defensive standpoint?
Mr. Mayor, council members, the California Vehicle Code defines how we can set speed limits in the city. So on the side streets, for instance, we really don't have a lot of flexibility to define what a speed limit we'd like to see on those streets. In terms of setting speeds and installing traffic control devices, we really try to be cautious and install those in an area where people are expecting them. So on the 0 blocks of side streets, drivers wouldn't necessarily be expecting to see a stop sign. So we would have concerns about compliance and pedestrian and vehicle interaction in those areas.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I haven't done the homework because it's not my job, but I imagine in California, under the California Vehicle Code, there are streets like our side streets that have gone to some equivalent of, what are they calling it, flat and flexible, and the design reviews. So it's a mixture of people and vehicles on the street at the same time. How do they do that? Because they're certainly not going 25 or 35 miles an hour anymore.
Yeah, so if they want to be able to enforce any of those speed limits, then they would have to follow that state standard practices. You measure the traveling speed of motorists on the street. You can take into account some other considerations like collision history, how much pedestrian and bicycle usage there is on that street, but that doesn't give you a lot of flexibility to move downwards. So for instance, if we study Coda Street,
right,
and we see that most drivers are going about 30 miles an hour, the most flexibility we have there is about 25 miles an hour to set a speed limit. So any further than that, it wouldn't be enforceable by the police department.
So what you're telling me is your only choice is to go through the traffic and engineering study, live with the results, or shut the street down entirely, right? I couldn't look somewhere else in California and find that they've changed it into a equivalent of De La Guerra going through Paseo Nuevo that was a street and now hosts vehicles driving on it in the morning, but also has pedestrians on it.
I believe that's correct. If it's a street meant for vehicles to drive on, we'd have to follow the vehicle code. And I'm not aware of anything in there that gives us more flexibility than what I just described.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
And just a clarification. For why would the speeds be higher if we went through this process trying to lower the speeds, and you're saying that it could result in higher speed limits? And this is an issue that goes on throughout the city, so it's important for the public at large because we get requests in neighborhoods to lower the speeds, so I think it's a good opportunity to explain it.
Sure. Thank you for that question. We really do need to be able to follow that California Vehicle Code if we want to be able to enforce any of these speed limits. So if we do this traffic study and we see that the operating speeds, that 85 percentile of vehicles are driving, if we study that and say it's 32 miles an hour, 31 miles an hour, the current speed limit on, say, Carrillo is 25. We would have to use that operating speed to help determine what the posted speed limit is. So if the operating speeds that we're observing are too high, we wouldn't have that much flexibility to lower it any further. So it's really a matter of how fast people are going on that street with, like I mentioned before, a few degrees of ability for us to reduce down. And we do tend to do that when we can, given how densely populated our downtown area is.
So just to clarify, so say the speed limit is 25 now, you do this survey and say it comes in at 40 miles an hour. Then you have to base it on what 85% of drivers, and so then the new speed would be 40, and you might have the ability to toggle it down, but it wouldn't be at 25 anymore. And
That's
based on the
correct.
state law.
Or we just maintain the existing speed limit on that street.
Okay, and that's all based on the state. You have to follow the state vehicle. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a question about, and I'm glad these are separated between talking about the cross streets and then the promenade itself, but just the experience of riding next to, on the promenade, a youth who's about 13 years old, and I asked him, I was riding next to him, I said, how fast do you go on your bike? And he said, well, I have this device here and I can go 30, and when I put the tape on the back, I can go 35. And I said, oh, how fast do you go? And he's like, oh, I go 35. And he took off. And my concern isn't, and this is not, my concern is the safety of these youth who have not had driver's education, do not know the rules of the road, even, basics of it. And so my question really is about, not just lowering the speed limits, but sort of for the safety of these younger people who are riding it basically as a motorized vehicle at those speeds. What would be a speed that would be advisable for someone who has not had driver safety training? What would be the speed of a vehicle that a youth without any specialized training or education could safely travel on the promenade, not the side streets, but the promenade itself?
Mr. Mayor, council members, under 25 miles an hour would be reasonable.
Thank you. And we can do that without any studies or anything else. We could say that would be the speed, a maximum speed somewhere in there.
Within the State Street limit itself, on State Street, we can go as low as 20 miles an hour without doing an engineering and traffic study.
Okay. And then that would be regardless of age or type of vehicle traveling?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I think my questions are for the city administrator. So we're talking about reducing speed, enforcement on, bike lanes. My question is, at the end of the day, council members, staff, we can't really enforce it. Law enforcement is really going to be the one that has to enforce it, because staff is just telling us that the people with the red shirts downtown don't have the training or the capability of doing the enforcement, and we also put them in a kind of a not in a good situation because they don't have that training. I like the recommendations. My question is, how big of a realistic is this, knowing that we are limited with our law enforcement? And the reason I'm asking you, because in my district, we have the sit and lie on Milpas, and I just encountered a really horrible scene while taking my nephew into to get his glasses with the homeless laying down on the street and masturbating. And that's already a policy that we have going on, and we don't have enough law enforcement to actually go out there and make sure that we don't, nobody's violating the sit and lie. So how realistic are these recommendations, again, which I think is needed for all the reasons that my colleagues express? How realistic is it to implement it?
Well, I guess since everyone's turning around, let me...
And Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I just want to clarify implementation versus enforcement. So these are all we can implement
Yes,
these,
sorry.
but yeah, I just want to make sure we're all,
Thank you for that
yeah.
clarification.
Gotcha.
We can do the implementations, all these changes.
Yes.
It's actually the enforcement to make sure that people are actually reducing the speed, that they're, that we have this ideal flow that we want to see downtown, especially in safety. So Chief?
Chief Gordon.
Okay, so Mayor Rouse, city council members, let me see if I can kind of try to make a little sense out of this. There's a couple of things just practicality-wise. A, resources, which we all know. B, is there is an issue with how we can effectively enforce on State Street because we're talking about a bicycle. The only way to do bicycle enforcement for speed is to use LiDAR. We can't pace the vehicles going up and, like we would pace. So for me, old school, when I first came on the job, LiDAR was not the thing that it is now. So you learned to pace, which means you had to keep a certain speed with your vehicle and a police vehicle with a car that you're trying to pace to give a ticket to. So we called that pacing, and you learned how to do that. You can't do that on the promenade because there's no way to pace a bicycle. So that's not a way to do enforcement. With LiDAR, which means we use a machine, and I'm not the traffic expert, but I will give you a quick, brief explanation, is we use a handheld device that we have to use a laser that is part of the device to focus on the object in which we are trying to capture the speed of. So even with the technology that we use, typically with LiDAR, you have to find a reflective surface. So when you see that motor officer or that officer pointing their handheld LiDAR, they're looking to get the license plate because they need a reflective surface. And they need 18 to 36 inches to capture that surface. So you're not going to be able to capture that with a bicycle. And LiDAR is not effective under 20 miles an hour. So there becomes a issue for us as how do we go to court and testify when we issue a citation? So that's a practical rule. So from a police department perspective, I'm going to tell you, yes, we want people to be safe. We know that there is behavior on the promenade that, on the bicycles, but that exists everywhere. I mean, we all know that we gave these electric bikes to our children without giving them driver's ed and these other things. So our legislation has not caught up with what we have in terms of e-bikes overall, not just here in the state, but across the country, because I can tell you in different meetings with other chiefs in other places, this is not the only room and only conversation when it comes to how do we regulate e-bikes. It is certainly a bigger conversation that is occurring in other places. So if we do a speed limit of 20 miles an hour or less, that becomes really challenging. Even a speed limit of over that becomes challenging because how do you, in that closed roadway, actually be able to do the enforcement? The ordinance that was signed by the city administrator is what we've been trying to work through and enforce because it is designed to deal with the most egregious behavior on State Street. And that's the purpose of it, is having a way through the ordinance to do that. We have spent a considerable amount of time in the past 2 to 3 months really working on the promenade, doing education and doing enforcement. I do think it's made a difference. As we have the resources and the availability, we are certainly trying to make that all an effort. We pulled some quick, stats for the amount of focus area and directed patrols that we've been doing, and we are making every effort with the resources that we have. It is very limited, to Councilmember Gutierrez's point. We can't be everywhere at every time, so there is a challenge with that because there are multiple issues that we are facing. We do spend a great deal amount of time in the promenade and in the downtown area for a variety of different reasons. So I know that's not a great answer. It's probably not the answer City Council wants to hear, but that is that's just giving you the reality and the facts. We are certainly willing to try to work and find different ways to, do enforcement in the promenade and to try to continue to slow the speeds, but it's a challenge. And I can tell you, like I said, this is not just a challenge for the Santa Barbara community. All chiefs in other areas are experiencing the same things. Ventura just closed Main Street and, they positioned an officer at the beginning of the closure, and they closed it to bikes, and people drove right through and said very unpleasant things to the officer, and, you know, even with the uniform presence there, certainly did not cause people to get off and dismount their bikes. So we know there's inherent challenges with it, and we will certainly do our best as a department to work within, you know, our other public safety partners and the rest of the department heads to do the best that we possibly can within it. But it is a challenge for all of us.
Thank you. So it's a challenge, a current challenge, and not just in the city. And the PD is already making the promenade a priority to be at
Yes.
versus other districts.
We're trying to be equitable. We have focus areas in all parts of the city. So we try to make sure, especially like our community action team that's on bikes, you know, you can't really drive a patrol car up and down the promenade. So it's a lot of it is our, you know, directed patrol by our community action team, which is responsible for a lot of different areas of the city. So we are trying to make sure that we're balancing all pieces of it. But yes, we definitely make the downtown a priority as well.
Thank you.
All right, very good.
Mayor Ross, we have a little more information that is pertinent to Councilmember Sneddon's question about the bicycle speeds that Ms. Grant would like to present.
Yes, Councilmember Sneddon, Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner, through the mayor. I just wanted to clarify, again, with e-bike speeds and types of e-bikes. I don't want to go into full detail, but there's different types of e-bikes, type 1, type 2, type 3. There are particular ones, like if you're on a class 3 e-bike, that would be 28 miles per hour. That's the pedal-driven type of e-bike that does have a minimum age of 16 and requires a helmet. Most off-the-shelf e-bikes are 20 miles per hour, so that would be the class 2 would be your typical rad bike, that's the throttle. Type 1, I would relate that to our B-Cycle bike share program. Most of those, if you were to buy it at a store, it's 20 miles per hour, but our bike share system, we actually have it governed to 17 miles per hour. As far as the safe operating speed, it just depends on the age and ability of the user. We definitely have, we have produced e-bike safety videos that we continually try to blast out, and with the new school year, be expecting those again, and then work with MOVE Santa Barbara County. They do a lot of education within the school system as under contract regionally with our entire county, and then we're also in touch with the CHP at the top level, because it's not only a local regional, it's a state issue too. So everybody's working at all levels to make e-biking safe.
Sneddon.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, I really appreciate that. And it also, I really appreciate the education in the bike community, and I'm appreciating how hard it is to enforce. So now I'm wondering, you know, if someone is altering a bike that visually looks like a class 2 bike, but they've altered it so that it can go 35 miles per hour and they're under 16 years of age, what do we do for the safety of our youth? How do we manage that? I'm understanding we might not be able to or want to, you know, LiDAR or approach it in that way, but I'm like genuinely, I think many of us concerned about the young people who are altering their vehicles to be essentially, the class doesn't matter so much what it came as much as what it's altered to. So what do we do if someone's 13 and operating it like a motor vehicle?
So that's where we talk about the ordinance that we've been using on State Street, because those typically are those that are operating in the dangerous manner that we're trying to address, which is then where we get parental involvement and go another avenue with that, because those are the ones that we're ticketing. We're trying to contact parents. We're looking at, depending on what their history is, whether even using diversion through probation and other options. But those are the ones that using that ordinance for those that are operating in the most egregious manner, where we're making contact with parents and trying to address those behavioral issues.
And if they don't, and I want to be really clear, I don't want to criminalize youth in any way. I genuinely am concerned for the safety. If they don't have an ID on them, what happens?
Well, most don't have an ID. We have to get a hold of parents and work through that process.
Okay. And then how is that going? Would you say it's making a difference?
I think we've been very visible and present on State Street. I have spent quite a bit of time there. I think it's made a difference. I would probably ask downtown staff because they see it. Now, are we perfect on it? We've only been, working through this ordinance for the last couple of months, but I think it has made a difference. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Gut-
Council Members, and I would agree with the chief. And we've got staff out there all the time, and they have seen a massive uptick in police presence, which is helpful for everybody.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as we all know, our law enforcement is stretched thin. But I just kind of want to hear your opinion about, so if we use that as an excuse to not implement a new law or rule, then does that also void all the other laws and rules that we're short-staffed on enforcing?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'm not suggesting that we make this as an excuse. I'm just presenting the realities of what it's going to take to do enforcement. We will, like I have said, we serve at the pleasure of our community and the council. We will make every effort to do the enforcement necessary. We want to provide public safety, but it's also my job as the chief to explain so that people understand what it takes to do enforcement. It's not a lack of want by the police department. We want to make sure there's appropriate public safety. This is certainly not an excuse, and it's not a suggestion on my part that if the council wishes that they pass the speed limit. I'm just trying to provide some experience based on what I know we can and can't enforce. We also, when we do enforcement, we have to be able to make sure it's legally, it's legal, because we have to, if we make a citation, we have to go in the court of law, potentially, and be able to defend that citation. So we also have to make sure that we are setting our officers up to be in that situation where they can go to court and legally justify the citations that they have issued. So, like I said, staffing is not an excuse. It's the reality we live in, and we will do everything we can to provide the public safety that we need in our community. But those are the realities and the limitations in terms of enforcement.
And have you dealt with any confiscations of e-bikes so far?
We don't confiscate e-bikes.
Okay. So yeah, that hasn't happened yet?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and with that, Mr. Bossy, we can move on to, I think, item 4, speaking of bikes.
Item number 4, temporary bike lanes in the State Street Master Plan project area. Getting back to that second slide, our understanding here, or at least what we went with, was you were focused on the promenade and not the entire State Street Master Plan area. So okay, great. We took that liberty. I'm glad that worked out. So as far as bike lanes are concerned, and was mentioned by Councilmember Sneddon, we have looked at this, and designs have been bandied about. The design should include striping as well as vertical elements, planters, something along those lines to separate, not only separate the bikes and pedestrians, but that those planters and the like create kind of a side friction, which will hopefully slow people down, depending on how these are spaced. Those vertical elements must also allow for emergency access. We have to make sure they're outside of that 20-foot clearance. And the bike lanes, as mentioned earlier, we believe they should be on consecutive blocks for consistency and to limit confusion, not only by pedestrians, but cyclists as well. And we estimate the cost for the striping as well as planters or the vertical elements, whatever is chosen, to be about $10,000 per block.
All righty, are there questions on item 4? Okay, very straightforward. Item 5, please.
Item number 5, introduce a drop-off and pickup zone at the Granada Theater. Staff can implement the following changes. We can create a one-way vehicle traffic going north on State Street for that block. It would be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All the outdoor dining facilities on that east side of State Street would need to be removed. Currently, it's kind of in flux. We have one that kind of comes in and out, another one that says they're interested, but as I drove in this morning, I noticed there were no outdoor business facilities, so that side of the street is in flux. But it would eliminate the opportunity for those folks to, in the future, go through the outdoor business facility license agreement process. All the outdoor dining facilities, because we would be introducing vehicle traffic, on the west side of State Street would need K-rail protection or similar to keep them safe from those vehicles. Depending on that facility and where it's located, the size of that outdoor dining facility may need to be reduced to accommodate those safety features of either K-rail or something similar in order to maintain that 20-foot emergency lane.
Yeah, Mr. Boss, I had a question about that. So if somebody had an existing structure that is out to the limit of for the 20-foot fire lane, and we said, okay, we're going to open up the other side of the street, you need to put a K-rail there, now that 20-foot changes. Has that been in consideration as well? Does the parklet then need to be modified? Have you considered that?
That is something that could change. We would need to go out and really detail the street out. So depending on where that outdoor business facility is located, if we can't sneak the car lane in as well as the bike lane in there, it may need to be modified. The hope would be that it not. We've gone through this process previously back in September as far as design changes. We're implementing those. We try to keep those changes to the businesses to a minimum.
Thank you. Are there questions for item 5? Mr. Jordan.
Actually, I think I've got one more slide, sorry. On number 5. If I can run through this.
Yeah, please do, and then Mr. Jordan's question will come on.
So as far as the estimated cost for this drop-off pickup zone at the Granada, we estimated about $5,000 for the vehicle lane striping and possibly additional costs for the K-rail as well as the bike lane design and striping. And also looking out in front of the Granada Theater, there's a very real possibility of the need for an ADA access ramp. You do have that pull-out area, but that does not have an ADA access ramp attached to it. Just a few notes on the analysis. The city does not have personnel for temporary closures. That was something that was brought up within that memo, at least doing it on a temporary basis, if not a full-time basis with show times. We do not have the personnel for staffing those temporary closures. Those temporary closures would require professional traffic control in order to keep everybody safe if council were to go that way. One possible option, and this has not been vetted by staff with the Granada Theater, but if they were interested in this, they would need to provide some sort of professional traffic control for events and coordinate with our staff for the closure. That's if you keep the street closed off and not do the one-way traffic. If you just do it on a temporary basis, one option possibly, if they were up for it, would be for the Granada Theater to provide that professional staff, and then they work with our staff to kind of coordinate dates and times based on their shows.
Okay. Mr. Jordan.
Thanks. Brian, the west side has Arigato. Is there anything else still there?
Yes, there are a few others. I want to say Lilac.
Okay.
And our expert witness is coming up to help me out on this one, Sarah Clark.
About that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. We have 2 facilities on the west side of the street. There is Arigato, which is the larger one, and Taqueria Santa Barbara, which is a smaller parklet structure.
Okay. And what's the bar called across the street under Granada? Good Lion? Is that not out in the street anymore?
Yeah, so the Good Lion does place facilities on the street in the evenings. because they're in front of the Granada Garage is one of, or excuse me, Granada Garage, that's where I'm from, the Granada Theater, because they're in front of the Granada Theater, which is one of the taller structures along State Street. That's one of a few areas that was identified by the fire department where they need the entire frontage of that to be clear so that they can get the truck close enough to the curb for ladder access. And so because that area is supposed to be clear, they are not allowed to place anything permanently in there. They have to put it out, you know, when they're using it, and then they take it and they store it away during the day. There was another business over there, Sama Sama Kitchen. They did have an outdoor business facility on the street. When we get to the licensing process, they removed that from the street and have expressed their interest in getting that license, but they have not yet applied for that, so they haven't placed the facility back in the street yet. We also previously had facilities at the, was formerly the Vietnamese restaurant and Beans Barbecue. They had a facility that was removed when it was closed, so that remains, that storefront is vacant right now, but that is a restaurant space. There's also the Brazil Arts Cafe, which is also vacant at this time, but when that was occupied again, they did have a business facility there. So there are a number of restaurants along that side, but right now there's only one outdoor business facility, which is located in the evenings.
Okay, and Good Lion would be affected too. You said there was none over there, but it would, because they're actually in the carve-out for where the cars would go in and stop to let people out, right?
Yes, because that is on the side of the street that would either need to be opened full-time to one-way traffic or would need to be open to traffic when there are shows. Yes, they would no longer be able to have a facility on the street.
And there's room there to, just not even worrying about the parklets on the, I'm going to call them parklets just for simplicity, on the west side of the street. There's room in the street to configure it so it's one-way north and has a lane of traffic, but there's also that cutout, that bus cutout in front of the Granada, so when you're dropping people off, you're pulling out of the lane and the lane's still open, right?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, we would need to do more detailed measurements of the areas of the street.
Traffic study and engineering study? Yeah.
Not quite that much, but we would need to do a tape measure study of the street,
Much
yes.
better. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions on item 5? Then we'll move to item 6.
Item number 6, introduce a shuttle or people mover on State Street. This as well has been bandied about for quite some time and will require some additional research to assess cost and limitations. Likely require a formal request for proposal process as well as a contract that would likely come back to council. And additionally, council would need to identify a funding source for this. Ms. Clark and I had the privilege of meeting with 2 employees of the city of San Diego who for, I believe, about the last 4 years have had a very successful shuttle, on-demand shuttle service in their downtown area. This is pre-COVID. It was the Fred, which is similar to what Councilmember Sneddon mentioned. We, in particular, talked about a relatively new program that they rolled out in June of this year. It's called the, I believe it's called the Beach Bug. But it is a series of 4 shuttles, if you will. They are the golf cart style. 3 of the shuttles have the driver and then space for 5 passengers. And the 4th shuttle is the driver, a passenger, and then space for a somebody in a wheelchair. So it's ADA accessible. They run these 4 shuttles 10 to 12 hours a day, depending on the time of the year. So they're very active. It's been a great success. They started out free. They continue to be free through the summer. They fund this, the $500,000 annual cost, at least initially for this first year, $500,000, $350,000 from SANDAG, which is their Association of Governments, and then they used another $150,000 from the city from on-street parking meter revenues. So this is something, this kind of gives you an idea of a very comprehensive program. This is located in the Pacific Beach area, so it doesn't have a defined rotation. It floats around. It's on demand. You can do it via an app or via telephone if you don't have a smartphone. So it's been very successful. They've been very pleased with it. As of October 1st, they're going to move into a model where it will be $2.50 per rider per day, or I believe it's $5 per group, and that ties in with their local, essentially their MTD rate, so as not to conflict with them. But again, very successful. Kind of gives you an idea of the cost of something like that. Obviously, in the memo, it mentioned a few days a week and significantly less hours, so I would imagine it could be scalable, at least as far as hours are concerned.
And Mr. Bossy, that runs along with regular traffic on open streets, is that correct?
These, in Pacific Beach, yes, these particular shuttles go, golf carts, whatever you want to call them, go 25 miles an hour, so they're allowed to go on the streets up to 35 miles an hour. For our situation, these would just, we could, they're geo-fenced, so we could put them, allow them just on State Street. We could broaden that out and make it the waterfront as well, so there's opportunities to kind of mess with that
And is that
area.
a private-public partnership, or is that a public agency that runs those?
This is a public-private. They run through a company called Circuit, and they contracted with them to provide this service. So they provide the drivers, you know, the charging stations and all that.
Great. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The first is, if we went with something like that, and there was areas that were pedestrian only that are blocked off, would they be able to actually go through those? Like, I'm thinking specifically the 500 block. Would they be able to traverse the 500 block? Because one of the goals of these would be able to get people from, say, the wharf up to State Street. So, or are we talking just on the promenade?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, that's a great question. I would anticipate, with what we've heard from the public, what we've heard from the subcommittee, is that this shuttle, again, these would not be going 25 miles per hour. We would limit that to whatever probably lower than what we were just talking about as a speed limit on State Street. I would anticipate, 10, 12 miles an hour, just kind of slowly moving up and down the street. I would anticipate that we could possibly carve out something on those pedestrian only, or that's at the pleasure of the council, I would imagine.
Or you could go maybe around it, go over to Anacapa and down and around and get down to the waterfront?
Yeah, I think we could design this any way council sees fit.
Mr. Mayor, council members, it really depends on how much foot traffic there is on those blocks. I think that'll be the biggest challenge, is if we have a lot of pedestrians using the 500 block, how easy will it be for that shuttle to get through? But in general, there is enough space in that block for a shuttle to be able to get through that 500 block.
Okay. And I also think on, that's a great point, on special events, we obviously wouldn't probably want that shuttle going up and down the street. We would probably find ways to go around that.
Okay. And then my other question is, where's MTD in the discussions? Because we used to have the electric shuttle that would go along the waterfront. And I know that there was funding from the city and all that, but is that an option to bring back the electric shuttle that they have? And you still see them around town on certain routes that could go basically up and down State Street, come from the waterfront, come up and you go up to Sola, come back around, like a kind of proposal that Cass Ensberg has sent to the council on a route like that. And have we discussed with MTD any options on bringing that back?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, we had not had any recent discussions on that topic. Mr. Maurer and I met with staff from MTD earlier this year to talk about this same idea and where they were at with that. I know they've rolled out some on-demand services in Goleta. I believe this summer they rolled some out in Carp, and I'm not sure when they were scheduled for Santa Barbara. But they are smaller. I think one of the issues that concerns staff in talking with the traffic folks is the size of the shuttle. If it gets too big, even if it's not the size of the previous shuttle, it's the entrance at each block face. As you're going upstate, you don't want it too wide. We're worried about vehicles. Oh, I can go and following the trolley. I myself have witnessed just in the mornings when it's open for deliveries, numerous vehicles making that wrong turn and having to pull back out. So something along this line, the smaller golf cart style would be able to fit between the planters and blockades we have up more readily. But MTD has not recently, we have not engaged them in this type of discussion.
And then my last question is, if we went with the smaller carts, let's call them golf carts right now, who drives them? Is it a city employee? Who has the ultimate liability for those? And what staff is driving them?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, we'd be looking to City Council to drive, no, I'm just kidding. Through the service that's provided by Circuit, they take care of all that. So they provide the vehicles, they provide the staff, they hire the staff to then drive around the particular area. So that would all be on them.
Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Friedman asked most of my questions primarily around MTD, so I appreciate that. But just two more quick ones. You mentioned that in San Diego they had SANDAG funding. I know we are to identify funding sources, but do we have any idea whether SBCAG has anything available for a project like this?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I will defer to Jessica Grant.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardman. Through the mayor, for the short answer is there's potential to have funding for transit-related items. There are a lot of different grant opportunities floating around and funding sources at this time. We're still trying regionally getting a hold of all of those available resources. One issue that just recently changed our transit locally is now we're considered, we're not in the small urbanized population anymore. We exceed 200,000 when you're considering our South County. So that has changed the amount of monies that our existing transit facilities are going to be getting in the future. So we're still monitoring all of that. So this would be an item that we need to do more research on, whether it's, yes, the MTD-driven public-private partnership, all of that. We just need more information at this time that we don't have.
Okay. I'm glad the answer is not no. Thank you.
All right, very good. If there are no more questions on item 6, I think item 7 and 8 are kind of self-obvious, but if you want to go ahead and bring those up for if council members have questions.
Item number 7, consider HLC design guidelines. If council may recall, design requirements, those numerous design guidelines were then turned into design requirements back in September of last year, and they are currently being enforced by staff via the outdoor business facility license agreement that was approved earlier. It's a slow process, but it is happening. Hopefully you've seen some improvement out there as far as what the various outdoor business facilities look like. And at some point, we will get to 100%. As far as additional HLC design guidelines or input, the upcoming council-directed ordinance, which will be back on the 19th of September before you for consideration, is the ordinance to continue the vehicle configuration as well as the outdoor business facilities on State Street beyond the expiration of the ERETO. So included in that ordinance is a proposal for HLC involvement with any new design requirements. And I should say not only HLC, but also the Access Advisory Committee. So those two items are included in the ordinance that will be upcoming. Estimated cost, it kind of depends.
So that's 7 and 8 together then?
Well, 8 is similar. As far as ensuring accessibility and design compliance, ADA compliance is required. There's no discussion. For outdoor business facilities, staff completed a very comprehensive ADA compliance program over the last 5-6 months for both promenade as well as citywide facilities. And so they all satisfied that. Actually, you're aware that 4 didn't, and they were removed. Others just removed them on their own, their facilities. But they were all in compliance at that time. Are they in compliance now? We don't know. Just similar to restaurants and their indoor facilities. It's more on a complaint basis that we would go out and inspect those. Or if our staff's out and can see something like that's not right, we will approach them and work with them to get that corrected.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And the idea of including number 7 was to be sure that we're all aware of what exactly that process is for involving HLC. I think it'd be great if we had a recommendation from staff on how that engagement actually will happen. Will it be a meeting at HLC that then comes before council, or how will that formally happen?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, that will be coming to you on the 19th for discussion. And the draft ordinance does include specifications as to how that's rolled out and their involvement in the process,
Thank you so much.
as well as yours.
All right, very good. Well, if no one has any further questions about the items as presented by the subcommittee, we're going to go to public speaking, but we do need to take a break for our translators that are down in the little basement somewhere. I just wanted to make a little preamble for the comments, because we have a number of comments here, a number of comments waiting online. We're going to have to go to 2 minutes on comments, right? 2 minutes per speaker. Also, there was a lot of very hyperbolic messaging about banning bikes from State Street. I don't know if I'm out of turn talking about this, but I don't recall anybody from this council bringing up the idea of banning bikes completely from State Street. So if that's part of your comment and your questions, I don't think that's particularly salient, so you might want to measure that in your comments. We do want to hear from you, and we do want to hear from everybody, so I got to shorten the time. But we'll be back at 5:05. reconvene if we may. We'll go to public speakers on item 13, and this will be 2 minutes per person. Once again, we have a number online as well. We'll go with the ones that are here first. So the first speaker will be Molly Pearson, followed by Roman Baradiak.
Wonderful, thank you. I don't know if we have a timer going yet. My name is Molly Pearson. I'm a cyclist. I'm also a pedestrian and a driver, but I've been cycling a lot. Lived here for many, many years and enjoy commuting and leisure cycling and everything. So there's my context. Thank you for taking action to move this interim operations back to a public process. Really appreciate that. I did submit some written comments, so I'm not going to go into it too much, but I just wanted to emphasize I really agree with most of the recommendations. They're spot on. The one recommendation I'm really concerned about is number 2. And Mr. Mayor, I acknowledge that we're not talking about bike bans, but when we make a pedestrian-only promenade, you're basically telling the cyclist to become a pedestrian for that. So if you're on a bike and you're actually trying to get somewhere, you're not going to go on State Street unless you're going to, break that promenade requirement and ride your bike right through it. So you're really creating a pedestrian with a big bike that has to walk through a bunch of other pedestrians. I don't think it's a practical thing. And when you close down State Street to bikes, even temporarily, they have to go somewhere else. And we have a lot of young people. We have people using new types of vehicles. And I don't think we want to move them to the surrounding streets, which is what I believe will happen. If you can't get from A to B through State Street, you're going to have to get from A to B on an alternate street. And I've been told that those alternate streets are for delivery vans and buses and folks that can't drive on State Street. So why do we want to take people off State Street? That's critical bike infrastructure right now for commuters, for kids, for all of us. Why do we want to get rid of that critical bike infrastructure and then ask the cyclists to go out in the roads with all the other people that can't drive on State Street? It just makes no sense, especially the recommendation was to implement this immediately. So we can't even find, if it's immediate, we can't find another alternate route. So you hear me?
Thank you very much.
Am I out of my 2 minutes?
Yeah. Thank you, though. Roman Baratiak, followed by Barry Rose.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. 2 minutes really is not sufficient time. Promenade is the wrong word to use. Promenade means you're walking. That's not what's happening on State Street. It shouldn't be. The challenge on State is really not the result of bicycles. It's the pedestrians in the roadway. Pedestrians should be on the walkway. The roadway is for moving vehicles, emergency vehicles, bicycles in the cycleway. Bring back the MTD State Street and beach shuttles, not cars. Let's bring back the pedicabs to State Street. They were great. Let's look at bollards that can be used to allow shuttles to move through. They have bollards that go up and down. Other cities are using those. Let's move the parklets off of State Street, move them onto the sidewalk by clearing some of the landscaping, extending the walkway where necessary. Parades can come back to State. Bicycle and shuttles can coexist on the roadway. Certain blocks can be closed for special events that occur on the roadway, not full-time, just for special events. An experiment, provide a staff-secure floor and a parking structure for bicycle parking. People are spending a lot of money on these e-bikes. They don't want them to be stolen. It'll encourage them to ride. Let's get the police riding on bikes. I'm happy to hear that's happening. Let's continue to change the one lane only to one-way streets. That's working great, works really well for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. Let's change Garden and Laguna streets to one-way, one lane. Launch and adopt a block program. Let's get people volunteering downtown. And let's remove the parked cars in the 1300 block of State Street. It's a parking lot. It's embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Remus, followed by Tristan Miller.
Good afternoon. Oh, let me reset. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. This is Barry Remus with Move Santa Barbara County. A good host of recommendations, and thank you to the ad hoc council for bringing them forward. separated bike lanes. Yes, it's going to be great to be able to have not just bicyclists, but also people on skateboards and scooters and other wheeled objects to be able to safely maneuver State Street in a speed-restricted way in providing a delineated fashion for pedestrians and bicyclists and the other wheeled riders. But oh wait, I have to get off my bike. And that, to me, is a ban on biking on certain blocks. Think about the impacts that that will have to not just, remember that bicyclists are not just tweens on expensive e-bikes that their parents bought them, but it's also commuters that are getting to work at all hours of the day to hotels and restaurants. It's also families riding up and down State Street with kids in tow in big cargo bikes. They have to get off their bike and push their bikes for 2 or 3 blocks. Just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. It's also elderly people in cycling without age trishaws that provides a wonderful service, whom you may hear a little bit more about later, that enables older people and mobility challenged people to experience the joys of riding up and down State Street. And Mr. Mayor got to experience that himself as well, too. So yes, let's go with separated bike lanes that provide that delineation and that cohabitation of pedestrians but pedestrians cohabiting on State Street with not just the bicyclists, but the other folks that are getting around and the tram. All of these are wonderful recommendations, but let's get the separated bike lanes happening now, try that out, before we then decide that we want to go backwards, because put your thinking caps on and remember, we tried dismount zones before and they didn't quite work. Thanks very much.
Mr. Remus, I was one of the older guys you were talking about in that thing. Oh, yeah, okay. Tristan Miller, followed by
Thank you, City Council
Heather
members,
Deutsch.
for your time and effort in improving the interim state of State Street until the master plan can be implemented. We love some of these ideas, and some of them we think maybe shouldn't be considered. Specifically, the bicycling dismount zones can be bad for bicyclists. B-cycles, for example, are pretty heavy. Pushing them for a block or two is pretty difficult, especially if you're walking impaired. And State Street is on the 2016 Bike Master Plan as the spine of the city for bicyclists. And you just released a cool new bike map, and it's on there as like one of the best ways to get through town for bicyclists. So we think alternatives could be considered. Bike calming. Montreal has this program where they just painted street art with wavy lines, and they found that that slows down bikes. So alternatives like that are super creative and instead of preventing people from biking through the area, I think would be great. We do support the temporary bike lanes. Honestly, you don't need it to be physically separated, but even just paint. I mean, look at La Positas Road multi-use path. It's just paint, but pedestrians and bikes are separate. For the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, I would recommend looking at AB 43, which went into effect last year. It allows local communities in business activity districts to slow down any speed limit by 5 miles per hour. So maybe that could be considered for those cross streets. Very creative idea. I really like the way that's going. The people mover, sure, for people with disabilities and mobility impaired. But it's not a replacement for the proper MTD shuttle. In MTD's short-range plan, they've identified a route on side streets, and I'd recommend looking at that as the main way for people to get to Amtrak and Funk Zone and such. And lastly, we don't support the last item, drop-off on in front of Granada Theater, because we don't support cars on the state at all. Why not use the side streets and then use those people movers to bring them to the Granada?
Thank you very much. Heather Deutsch, followed by Lindsay Baker.
Gonna have to put this down. Hi, my name is Heather Deutsch. I'm the Executive Director of MOVE Santa Barbara County. I will also be talking about item number 2, banning biking on specific blocks, because that's what we're actually talking about. It has already been mentioned that for many people it will be inconvenient. For others, it will just be not possible to use State Street at all. And for others, it will just be unsafe because they will have to detour onto streets that we haven't designed for bicycle access at all. So I had to ask myself, why is this being suggested at all? We know in Santa Barbara that tourists and residents walking and rolling can share a 12-foot path. They do so daily on the Cabrillo Beach Path. So banning bicycling on State Street is not about a lack of space. We have plenty of space. We know which are the most dangerous streets throughout the city, and we aren't banning vehicles from them. So we know this isn't about safety. We have heard that there haven't been counts. There's not been a lot of design discussion prior to this. So we know this isn't data or design driven. We already banned bikes on one block, so this isn't piloting this idea. And it's also been suggested that we should ban bikes on barren blocks so that you can plan something else. So this isn't about safety or accessibility of the current operations as is stated in this memo. So, if you decide to put in a bikeway to address safety issues, as has been recommended and we support, it makes no sense to ban biking at the same time, especially if there doesn't seem to be much of a reason, at least according to this memo. But what we wanted to highlight is that when people make a decision about how they want to travel, we need to make it safe and convenient to travel by something other than a car. And banning bikes on State Street.
Thank you.
Banning biking on State Street is a step in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lindsay Baker. I'd like to remind the people online, if you want to raise your hand, we'll do it by the time we're done with the in-house speakers, which should be about 6 minutes from now. So I'll be cutting off then. Lindsay Baker? I knew she was here earlier. Took off. Okay. We'll go with Robin Elander.
Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public, my name is Robin Elander, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Downtown Organization of Santa Barbara and also serve on the State Street Advisory Committee. Thank you for the time and energy that the ad hoc committee, the full council, and staff for exploring how to implement the ad hoc committee's recommendations today. All the recommendations, which are based on the input that I have also heard from the community, from a diverse cross-section of the community. The additions that I would recommend considering is a test designated bike lane through the pedestrianized area, say on the 700 and 800 block. This could present the best of both worlds to test a with and without bike lane. Our team has regularly implemented dismount zones accompanied by programming, and I believe it would be important to test both ways, as dismount zones are often not obeyed unless there's a full barricade that forces someone to stop, but many folks hop right back on their bike and go through. Any potential dismount zone I would also recommend should be accompanied by safe, well-lit bike racks and or staffed bike valet, which is also useful during special events. Secondly, a test drop-off zone behind the Granada, in addition to the State Street one recommended here, with a smaller golf cart type shuttle to shuttle people around from the back, may be an easier way to go about what your goals are here in collaboration with the theater, because there's quite a lot of space in the Paseo behind it. Lastly, regarding the cleaning, periodic spot pressure washing and regular litter pickup of the side streets and tree droppings would go a long way to support the overall goals of the community, especially if you're not able to do the full, robust, everyday type of cleaning that you're exploring. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephen Bird, who I don't believe is here, wrote a short note saying to someone who's applying for the Fire and Police Commission, what are we going to do for emergency first responder access? So that comment's in. Since we are missing a couple of the speakers ahead in the queue, we'll give 5 more minutes to those people online to raise their hands, but I'll take the first speaker, please.
Our speakers are, and I will read out a list here: Lee Heller, Dustin Hoyseth, Alex Gravenor, Jason Chapman, Britta Vanderray, and Jim Marston. So Lee Heller will be first. Lee Heller, you can go ahead.
Mayor and council, thank you so much for your time today. I do want to thank the ad hoc committee for their effort to come up with some proposals for interim solution to challenges that are being faced by State Street. We all understand that these are potentially just interim solutions as the master plan is explored and eventually implemented. I do think the main issue here is finding a way to manage bikes without eliminating them. And a demarcated bike lane seems to me like a really important starting point. Whether or not we have dismount zones, having a demarcated bike lane that is separated, even if only by inexpensive bollards, would set guidelines. I don't know if it will slow bikes down. It could lead to greater speed and collisions when people are riding in a narrower space. And that's a challenge in its own right. And it sounds like the state needs to catch up in its regulation of bikes. I'm somewhat puzzled that the same transportation restrictions that are opposed to car traffic seem to be in place for determining bike speed limits. And I don't understand why that's the case. But if that's the state not managing to keep up with the technology, it's not surprising. So I would certainly support a designated bike lane that is demarcated and separated for pedestrian safety and bicycle safety as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dustin Hoyseth. Dustin Hoyseth, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Dustin Hoyseth. The Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce represents businesses from Goleta to Carpinteria. The vitality of our community's downtowns is one of the four major policy pillars of the chamber, and as such, we have dedicated a significant focus to Santa Barbara's downtown and have worked diligently to gather business feedback over the past few years, especially recently. We're glad to see the recommendations from the committee included in today's agenda, and we urge the council to take action on these recommendations as soon as possible. If not today, please agendize these items for the next available meeting. I'd like to provide some commentary on a few of these items. Regarding the small, slow, accessible people mover on State Street, the Santa Barbara Visitor Trolley has been a great success, and the Chamber was happy to work with Visit Santa Barbara, Downtown Santa Barbara, and the city to see this realized. But businesses on State have given us very positive feedback regarding this program, and it has worked to fill a need that was needed during the interim period. However, businesses still agree that the ultimate end goal is a people mover on State Street. Based on our discussions with businesses, this is a top priority. Regarding bicycle safety, this has also been a top priority we've heard from many businesses. The recommendations to create temporary bike lanes with physical separation and explored wheeled transportation speed limits within the State Street Master Plan project area should be explored ASAP. I'd also like to reiterate the Chamber's request that the city create a process for pilot programs related to the State Street Master Plan. It should be quick, nimble, and make financial investments in pilot programs and be willing to work with community organizations. A designated staff member that works with the community on pilot program proposals and brings them back to the council as agendized discussions would be the preferred smooth process. So far, staff has been great to work with. However, a more formalized approach is needed if we are going to move forward without a pilot program subcommittee. As a reminder, the Chamber is currently considering 2 pilot programs we'd like to formally propose to the city at some point. A communications plan / campaign aimed at locals, and it would increase the positive messaging about our city, encouraging Santa Barbara locals, regional locals, and even visitors to enjoy our city.
Mr. Hoyseth, can you wrap up, please?
Will do. Basically, thank you for agendizing these recommendations. We hope to see you take action as soon as possible. Thank you all for your time and effort.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alex Gravenor. Alex Gravenor, please go ahead. Alex Gravenor, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to thank you for putting these items on the agenda. That being said, I think a couple of these items warrant further discussion. For example, the drop-off in front of the Granada Theater, especially seeing from city staff that this would have to be a 24/7 one-way lane. I think it's clear that that line is a little bit too far in terms of what it would mean for the city. It would, for example, close the Good Lion temporary structure there, which would do a lot of harm to that business. The corner from the front of the Granada Theater is about 170 feet. So I think it's clear that converting a whole street, making businesses suffer for what we could use a people mover for less than 200 feet, I think that's a bridge too far. In terms of the bike lanes, I think that we will see great return on investment on physical barriers for bike lanes. I think that those will help many of our problems, help slow the bikes down. And I think that we should try to invest in those before we try to close off blocks. We did that before on the 500 block. It didn't work. So let's not repeat our mistakes again. Thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate seeing the movement.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'll say the name of our next speaker. I'll say the names of the rest of the speakers, and no further hands raised. Jason Chapman will be our next person, then Brigitta Vander Ray, Jim Marston, and then Sullivan Israel. Jason Chapman, please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to talk about a couple of the proposals, one being the separated bike lanes, and I think in tandem with the idea of having the pedestrian-only blocks. I want to say that I think that the city should reconsider the pedestrian-only blocks because, as many as others have mentioned, this is a critical part of a safe and comfortable bike network, and that there really are no safe alternatives. And I do fear that it would drive people to the alternatives. And while there have not been any major incidents with bikes on State Street, we know that there have been many on the parallel streets. And so I think that we might be exchanging one problem for another in doing that. And I think that with having the separated bikeways, I do think that that would really help with the conflict. And so I think we should see if that addresses the problem first before interrupting a really critical bike network. Regarding the block with the Granada and vehicle access, I really think that this is a bad idea and undermines what makes the promenade special. That will bring new dangers into an area that is considered safe and is safe for families. There are alternatives if we get creative, if we want to help people with disabilities get to the Granada and other businesses. I think the People Mover is a great idea. I think you should heed people's ideas about using a similar device to get people to the Granada on event nights. I think that could be used in combination, people being dropped off at the corner, people parking at the parking structure behind. I think we've got a solution right there that doesn't require opening that part of the street to vehicle traffic. So thank you for all your work so far.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brigitta Vander Ray. Please go ahead.
Rouse and council members, I would like to say that bikes are a part of the pleasant ambiance on State Street, and most bicyclists are going slow and enjoying the businesses and looking at people. And despite the occasional speeders, I don't see much of a problem there. As an avid proponent of reducing my own carbon footprint, I use various bike lanes and multi-use paths all over town, and the negative interactions between speeding e-bikes and pedestrians and others seems pretty minimal. Cyclists who really need to get somewhere speeding don't usually target a congested area. So I would say, if you want to reduce interactions, encourage more cyclists on State Street. I also want to point out that I know that people with limited mobility use trikes, and if they need to dismount and push that bike, that is just simply something they cannot do. So you would be limiting people with limited mobility on State Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Marston. Jim Marston, please go ahead. Jim Marston, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Greetings, Mayor and council members. I have two thoughts. One is about the danger of fast bicycles on State Street. I have an e-bike which I have to pedal to get any kind of electrical assist. But to me, these bikes that are totally self-propelled and the skateboards that are self-propelled, those are the ones who are going very fast. And I don't know why the city somehow thinks that a electric bicycle that you don't have to pedal is somehow different than an electric motorcycle. So I would think maybe look at banning totally self-propelled vehicles on State. The other one has to do with the shuttle. I've been here for 30 years. I love the shuttle. I could get to the Amtrak station, the harbor, the zoo, the wharf. But right now I have to walk all that time, and I can't walk that far. So I had a meeting with MTD. They told me that the only thing in the way is the money. Mr. Bossy told me recently that it was about $1.3 million the city had been subsidizing. And now you're looking at $500,000 just to have a couple of golf carts. So MTD is ready to talk about it if we can find the money. And some of the groups I'm in are trying to raise money, but I think you should have a complete shuttle to get to Amtrak and to get down to the waterfront, and all the workers at the hotels and restaurants that right now have to drive a car to get there. So thank you for thinking about those two things, but please try to talk to MTD some more and let's raise some money. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker and final speaker is Sullivan Israel. Sullivan Israel, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sully Israel. I'm a leader of a local group called Strongtown Santa Barbara. We have over 100 members and counting, and we sent in a long public comment letter I hope you got the chance to look at. And so I'm not going to go over what it says in there. I think many people who you've heard speak today have anyway. So instead, I'd actually like to talk about something that wasn't in the letter, but I heard you talk about, which was the speed limit discussion. I studied traffic engineering in school. I'm now getting my master's in it. And as far as the 85 percentile rule goes, that's actually something that will hopefully go away this year because it's outdated. MUTCD is considering getting rid of it, and NACTA was suggesting that they do. But what I will say is that in the meantime, the power to control speed is in your hands. If you don't change a street, but you change some numbers on a sign, we know from many studies that very little changes. There are all kinds of things that will change the speed, though, that don't have to do with the numbers on the sign. It's been found that if you plant trees along the road, but don't change the road itself, people will suddenly slow down, maybe because of the visual interest of the trees. The same goes for different colored paint, bollards, which in Oregon right now are gaining popularity. There's a group in Portland that put paper bollards across the city on sidewalks, not on streets, and found that the speeds were reduced by 20 to 30%. So there's all kinds of interesting things that can be done that will not go against current MUTCD standards. And that discussion relates to bikes as well. We know that right now, State Street is a 40-foot wide flat piece of asphalt. So of course you see people speeding. And it's interesting, I think some of the comments about bike speeding, it reminds me a lot of the comments I've read about when cars were first invented. I'm sure they had this conversation in Santa Barbara. People were freaked out. They wanted to ban cars. They wanted to put speed monitors on them. Very similar things to what we're talking about today. Instead, jurisdictions thought, hey, what if we do things like stop signs? What if we do things like speed bumps? And traffic lights were invented. And today there are cars everywhere, and all those ideas about limiting their speed or banning them went away. And I think we need to look at e-bikes the same way. They're a new technology. They are incredibly more carbon efficient, better for the environment, take up far less space. And so we need to pursue
We
ways
need you to wrap up,
accommodate
please.
that. And so I'd like to consider solutions around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're good. Is that it on public comment?
That's all the hands that were raised in time.
Okay, and I see your name up there, Ms. Nedden. I was thinking, and with the council's indulgence, we would just repeat the process and go through the numbers once again for comments to staff or recommendations. So with that, Ms. Nedden, you have your light on.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And I think just to the power of public comment and having an open process and council deliberation, there are some new ideas here that I'm not sure fit exactly into the rubric. So I just wanted to mention that I think if we had bike lanes that were designed to reduce speed, either by meandering or having art installations on the asphalt, maybe nonprofits in town, VADA students, other school students, sponsoring blocks, that might make it so that we wouldn't need to reduce the speed in a way that we can't really enforce at this time. And then the people mover, microtransit in general is gaining a lot of support, and there was a lot of discussion about including the waterfront or different areas. I think it's really important that it's on that pedestrian section of State Street, and then if it has other benefits that could recoup some of the funding, I think that would work out. But for the funding stream, I wanted to suggest, it's not really a stream, but an infusion of funding to get these going. Is we just learned today that we had our sales tax come in at 11.6%, higher than was budgeted. And since there's I think, direct correlation between our sales tax dollars and our, desirability of downtown, that we might use that amount that came in higher than budgeted to get this going.
Okay, Mr. Friedman. Is this for a general or speaking as?
I just have a question.
You do.
So if there was another idea, the way it's agendized, there's another item I'd like to consider. So can I put that out when I do my comments, or we go through all these and then there's additional ones afterwards?
I think here I saw some heads on, if we went 1 through 8 like we did before,
And then
then we could
additional
work our
after
way
that?
through it, and then, I'm not sure what this rubric is. Are we supposed to, is this a scorecard, or what are we doing here? Playing golf?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's to help guide you. I wouldn't give me the authority to actually fill it in live, but I do have a couple copies I can do with pen. So it's a way for you to, if this helps you, or we can just go one by one. I can bring back the start of the presentation, and we can start there.
As far as I'm concerned, the way we went before to ask questions seemed to go well. And I would think that maybe we could do that with our comments and direction to staff. As we come up and we get through an item and we decide to give directions to staff, they will have to make a motion and a vote on those directions to staff as we go down the list. All right? Sound good, everybody? All right. So, with that, we'll go to number 1. Okay, first up, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll just give my thoughts on it. I'm certainly in no way opposed to additional cleanings for these other blocks, but I personally, I think in response to what I'm hearing from folks on the ground with regard to the promenade, my preference would be to focus the deep cleaning specifically on the promenade itself rather than the broader State Street Master Plan project area. However that looks, I think it's imperative to do. So fully support that. I like the idea of prioritizing those blocks that are particularly difficult to keep clean for whatever reason. So I like that, but I guess if we're doing a straw poll, fully supportive of the concept of additional cleaning and would like to see it focused on the State Street Promenade itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
I'm the same on that. I think it's important that we commit to more cleanliness on State Street. I like Councilmember Jordan's line of thinking on taking the existing funds that we have and seeing if we can reprioritize that to achieve better results. Well, I'm not opposed to the side streets. I'm just looking at this slide in front of us where it's $50,000. But that's for one time on those blocks. So I think really focusing in on State Street will make the difference and prioritizing those blocks within the budget we already have.
And just a quick question before Mr. Jordan, then Mr. Bossi, so if we prioritize these blocks and do the kind of direction to you that we have, we're just kind of shooting at the moon about the numbers. So is something we can direct you to come back with a number? Is that the most productive way to do that?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, we can do that. We can talk with our maintenance staff as well as our contractor if there are in fact significantly dirtier blocks than others and how to reprioritize that.
I'm
while
starting to
still-
hear priority to triage the different blocks and State Street versus the side and Chapala and Anacapa Street, so we might direct you in that direction. You can give us a ballpark on something like that?
We can
Is
do that, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll certainly support what I talked about. Thank you. But, you know, I'm not supporting deep clean. I think, Brian, you've kind of got the gist on this. I'm supporting just more cleaning in general. And whether we get to the 0-0 blocks or not, it would depend upon what you bring back. So I'd like to see back multiple choices or scenarios on how that would work with existing dollars, or if we went out more into the 0 blocks. I think the 0 blocks probably, in their own way, have some suffering that the regular promenade doesn't have, because there's more little nooks and crannies that people aren't at. And, you know, just, I'll get on my soapbox for a second. So we created this thing on purpose. We have more people downtown in places where before you didn't have to clean the street, because what was out in the street was cars and brake linings and stuff like that. Now they're carrying ice creams and food out there with their kids and making a mess, and they're making more of a mess on the sidewalk because there's stuff down like that. We have to answer to that. We have to manage our success in this manner, and I think that's the way I'd like to look at it, is that we need to step up and start figuring out how we're going to manage the promenade being used in a different way than it was before, which was when there was cars driving up and down. So happy, so I'm in agreement with both of you, I think, and that would be that we hear back from Brian and his team on what choices would look like to reprioritize and potentially even bring more cleaning to the 0-0 blocks.
So a menu of choices and basically about what we would do. And going back to the history of it, you know, when the Parks and Rec had the Plaza contract years ago, or gave it to the DO, I should say, we did Chapala and Anacapa and the side streets on a periodic basis, and then State Street on a regular basis. And that was, you know, that was before we had to collect all the water, not let it go down the storm drain, blah, blah, blah. So, and the expenses, of course, are a lot more now. But I think what I'm hearing from my group is that we want to do this, we just want to see what the options are, and we want to see how to triage this so we get the best bang for our buck in the most critical areas. So with that, if you guys are ready, I would take a motion for direction to staff on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we direct staff to return to us a menu of options with regard to additional cleaning opportunities on State Street and the general area,
Do you want to prioritize anything? and have
with the
them-
prioritization options included within that menu.
Okay. Okay, first by Harmon, second by Friedman. Any discussion on the motion? Let's go to the tote board.
Okay. Motion by, and please correct me as we go along here. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, for staff to return with a menu of options regarding additional cleaning opportunities on State Street and the surrounding area with prioritization options.
Yes.
Okay?
Sounds squishy enough.
Okay. Go ahead and vote. You good? Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
Okay, recommendation 1 passed unanimously. Thank you. Let's go to number 2, the big controversy of the day. And Mr. Jordan would like to speak first on this.
So I'll get out in front of this. I can't consider number 2 without really considering number 4, the bike lanes. I think, so we're taking these in an order that doesn't work for me. I was all ready to do the matrix, but I would rather put my bang for the buck and hope in designated and segregated bike lanes the length of State Street and leave all the blocks open for pedestrians also. That would be my preference. So no pedestrian-only blocks, and I think it's 8 is the promenade, right, Brian? And 10 is the project, 8 blocks? Does that look right, sound right?
You're in there. You're in
Okay,
the
so
ballpark.
the smaller colored line on your exhibit, yeah, the inside line, the closure line, the 3/4 of a mile, designated bike lines from bottom to top or top to bottom that go through the entire district. That would be my preference.
Okay,
I'm
very
sorry,
good.
that's getting ahead to another item, but so I'm saying.
No, but I think we
no
can
to-
do.
No to pedestrian
We
closures on
can
any
still
of the
treat
blocks.
them separately, but I think tie them in at the end, so I think it'll be fine. Ms. Snedden?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I will agree with that, and I think we could accomplish something like a pedestrian zone if maybe in the 700 block, we had that bike lane sort of create a meander that had a bulb of sort of pedestrian zone that the bikes could still move through on the outer shape. But I don't know if that's even necessary if we are agreeing to a separated bike lane. So I'm in support of not necessarily having a pedestrian-only zone if it's separated the whole way.
So contiguous bike lanes, no dismount zone.
Yes, and I would just request that we allow at least one of those blocks, maybe the 700 block, to have some type of form to it that isn't just a straight line.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm definitely amenable to both of those suggestions. I should say, I think it actually makes very good sense to start with one and then see how that works, and then have additional conversation about whether further changes are needed. And one of the things that I was thinking about as we were sort of going through, particularly these items as they relate to biking and speeds, is like it's a lot of change we would be proposing at one time, and it's very difficult when you do 3-4 things at once to really pinpoint what's working, what's not working. So personally, I think it's an interesting concept to be explored more, whether we want to have pedestrian-only zones. But, and this is a big caveat, I think if the bike lanes do the work that they are supposed to do and solve the problems that we all acknowledge and are struggling with, it may not be necessary. So I think it does make good sense to sort of stagger the pilots in that way, and probably what we should do anyway. And the only sort of final point I would add, one of the benefits to having this monthly regular item where we get updates on these pilots is we'll be able to assess, okay, are these bike lanes, is the meandering lane, is this working, is it having the desired effect? If the answer is no, do we need to implement additional policies or options, whether that's a pedestrian-only zone or not? You know, I see this, as I think we all do, as a living, breathing effort, and the point of it is to figure out what works. And so all that's to say, I think it's a good idea to do one thing at a time, and I support that approach.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to just comment on number 6 and how that'll affect number 4. So yeah, I'm against number 2 completely. I think the public has pretty much explained why that's not something that we should try as of now. But yeah, number 4 and number 2, I'm sorry, number 4 and number 6, I think have to somewhat go in tandem because we got to make sure they can both get by each other. So just want to throw that out there. And that's how I stand on number 2, I guess.
Okay. Mr. Friedman?
Thanks. We're going to hopefully find a lot more agreement tonight. I'm in agreement on not moving forward with number 2. As to the question of whether to do the meandering, I need a clarification from staff. Is this like basically paint on the ground that they would follow, or is it actual physical that would do the meandering? Because then it gets to me, I want to understand the impacts to fire, because if there's a meandering path and it gets in any way in the path of emergency response. So I'm trying to understand what we mean by meandering.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, we've looked at the meandering option before, and just caution, it's not very meandering. there's not a lot of space. It's a block. So it's not Lombard Street. It's not, so the meander is very slight. You'd probably be a little disappointed at it in the drawings that we've come up with. But in general, the bike lane, as we mentioned, it has to have some sort of vertical. It's ideal if it has some sort of vertical element. So it would be paint to start, and then on a regular block, in a non-meandering block, we would put in those vertical elements, whether they be planters or other such thing that would allow for emergency access. Meandering, we're going to have to structure it. If we do look at the vertical elements as part of the meandering, we're going to have the meander would probably be less, because if you're using the whole block, then and vertical elements, then you're impacting that emergency access. So that meandering will be even less if you use the vertical elements.
That's helpful, because I think where I like the idea of testing it out, like Councilmember Sneddon was saying, but being that if we're doing one block, it's not going to be that much of a meander. I don't have a good word for alt meander, but what Councilmember Harmon was saying is, if we're testing things out, the fewer things we're testing, the better data we're going to get on the impacts for those. And if we had the designated bike paths for the whole thing, we could see if they're working and get more, maybe as one of our monthly updates, give us more information on what meandering would be and what would happen if we put it in, say, the 700 blocks. So we would move forward today with the designated bike paths with some type of vertical delineation, but not meander, but get back more information for later on to try something later. That's kind of where I'm going right now.
And Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, we can look at vertical elements that may be able to allow emergency access vehicles through, and we can work with fire on that. Look at some options out there and then work with fire to see if that's okay with them.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. I can drop the meander, and I'm thinking that, longer term, Delegate Plaza, Library Plaza, when it's open, will be that pedestrian-only space that younger people can be, older people, whoever who doesn't want to be in the path of a bike. So I would trade meander for speed of getting this done. So if making a straight delineated is what's going to make it happen faster, all for it. We don't need to come back.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, can I just add to that? I was just thinking along the same lines. If you're willing to have somewhat of an iterative approach to this, the fastest thing would be paint on the ground. That's a start to delineation. It doesn't get you to the vertical elements, but certainly we could do that more quickly and follow with the vertical elements to start getting some visual cues to all the users. So as you're making these recommendations, recognizing we will take your full recommendation, but we will also come back with implementing steps, not waiting to get the whole project done.
So regarding the original drafting in item 2, I'm actually a little surprised at the resistance to the drop-off or the dismount zones, only because we do them on first Thursdays, we do them for farmers market, so it's not like it's a brand-new thing. I'm not married to it, though. I think it might be just simpler to go ahead and do the bike lanes. I have no problem with that. But we have to remember that we're responding to a big public outcry to control the bikes. I actually think the bike lanes, defined bike lanes, will go a long way to doing that. I think that's a great call. And I see Mike's tie-in with, doing 2 and 4, which is fine. But I think that for me, doing the straight shot makes the most sense for expedition's sakes, for us to see things right away, what they're going to look like. And then tying in what Mr. Gutierrez said, when we think about doing a trolley or a people mover, we don't need to have extra things in the roadway. They're going to preclude us having those kinds of elements should we be able to get there. So I don't know, we'll have a comment first, but if somebody wants to make a motion to that, I can see where we can tie 2 and 4 together and do that in one shot. First, though, we have Alejandra Gutierrez. Ms. Gutierrez.
I just want to make a comment to the community that having a visual bike lanes that is going to help direct traffic, but I want everybody to be mindful that the enforcement part is still going to be a little challenge, just based on what the chief said. So we're not going to create magic over time, but at least we're giving a visual to the community members where the bikes need to go. Just like when you play in the playground at school, you don't go up the slide, you go down the slide. So it'll give people some direction. Because to be honest, if I was a police officer nowadays, 2023, after everything that's gone, I would not really want to stop somebody because you can't follow the rules on a bike. Like, it doesn't look good. I'm not a police officer, but it's probably uncomfortable to do it, you know, in the downtown area. Like, sir, can you ride your bike properly? You know, it's just, let's be mindful about it. So thank you.
Yeah, and I also think, to speak to that, Ms. Gutierrez, that the physical configuration also is, it's not necessarily enforcement and rules. The physical configuration will organically create behaviors that we want to see, I think. So, yeah, there's going to be scofflaws, there's going to be those folks. But I think that the change will help control the activity quite a bit. It won't be the big black freeway that it is today, and I think that's our biggest issue. Mr. Jordan.
I'll tie those together then. So on 2, no direction to staff to work on anything there. We'll just leave that alone. Number 4, direct staff to expeditiously bring back a plan for relatively straight lines up and down the 8 blocks for bike lanes, delineated bike lanes, and then work on future options or choices that involve vertical or meandering things that would come back at a normal monthly meeting. I have a comment, so that would be my motion.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, may I ask, do you really want us to bring it back, or do you want us to go forward and do it? Because we may
I
be
was under the impression we weren't going to say do it today.
We can do it. We can if we like.
Oh, okay.
Some of
Then-
these we can do, some of them will
Okay.
require resources. My team are going to give me the stink
Sorry.
eye because they will need some money for paint.
This
but
isn't
we'll
a bunch of
probably-
money, so-
Thought I was following the instructions today. So we'll make that motion to do it, and then do the second part where you just come back at a regularly scheduled monthly update for other choices or options on vertical treatments or meandering. My comment would be, I'd like to make that budget neutral. So I'd like us to go look for expenses that are low somewhere, lower than budgeted, or revenues that are higher than budgeted, and grab those now. And that if we need to actually not make it budget neutral, we would come back later when we have a problem in a particular area. So for example, if we're running ahead on TOT right now, let's go grab that TOT right now, and if we run behind in the future, then that comes back to council at a future date for where to make up that loss. Does that make sense?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, I understand what you're saying. I think that I'm fairly confident for at least this one getting paint on the ground, we can find the money to do it without
Okay.
asking for, going beyond that, we may need more. And I'm very uncomfortable, especially without our finance director here, making assumptions about where we are on our revenues, because of course, all of those revenues play in. And as you know, we expended substantial resources from reserves last year. So we're close to having a final year end from last year, have a much better sense of where our financial position is within the next month or so.
Okay.
But I've
So
heard you right.
You're saying you could find the $80,000.
No, Mayor, no, Councilmember Jordan, I was saying for the paint on the ground, the 80,000 is for much more than the paint on the ground. That was for the vertical elements,
Oh,
the flower
okay.
pots and things
Sorry.
like that.
So your motion was about just doing that now, and then the rest of it is a
Okay.
comment, right?
Let's just do that then.
Okay.
Yep, sorry. I thought the paint was 80 grand.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second for discussion, or?
Can't discuss it yet.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so motion by Jordan, second by Alejandro Gutierrez, and then Kristen Sneddon.
Yeah, I was hoping to make some adjustments, actually, to the.
Okay, just away.
So, I mean, I think the whole point of it coming to full council is so that we can be nimble and quick. And so anytime we don't need to come back, I think is better. So if we could just give direction on the order of operations, so paint on the ground first, delineators in when you've got them. I don't know that we need to see them. Just do it would be my hope and recommendation. And I really think, as we're talking about budgets on each of these items, that this has to be a priority. It has really waited long enough. It is impacting our residents, our tourism industry, the look of downtown. I just think paint and some delineators, I really feel strongly, we don't need to come back with a budget on that. I don't think. I would like to just give the authority and direction to please put the paint down first, followed by the delineators, straight path. Don't worry about meanders, and we'll worry
I
about
think
the rest
if I
later.
heard Ms. Bjork correctly, we can do that for just the paint item. Is that correct?
Mayor Rouse, council members, then we will look at it. We will certainly move forward if we need to come back with a budget adjustment. I think it's really, let us do the paint, let us come back. We're coming back fairly soon and talk to you about the delineators. We'll have a better sense of how much they cost and what we're proposing, because there's options between the pylons like we have on CODA versus possibly other options that you might, but they would have different prices, and we can also look for money at the same time.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to suggest that the lanes don't go down the center of the street because of that 20-foot wide clearance we need for emergency vehicles. I would suggest that it's staggered on the left and right side of the street, if possible. I know that there's some areas where that might be difficult, but I'm just worried about emergency vehicle access.
Ms. Grant?
Yes, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, through the mayor, for that, right now what we're working with is you have 9 feet on either side of the curb as an option for outdoor dining or whatever, if there's a program event or farmer's market, those take the sides. So in this case, we are having to stick close to the center because it overlaps the 20-foot emergency lane. So if we do go to, if it's moved to one side or the other, then that impacts outdoor dining or retail for those that have retail in the right-of-way.
Got you. All right, just do your best, I guess, because we also want to implement number 6, and like I said, they're kind of all married. Thank you.
So, and I would suggest that we allow staff to do the design. We don't try to design something like this up here, because we don't have the skills, frankly. No green. No more green, I know. So, Mr. Jordan, your,
You want to claim your motion? Yes.
yeah, because you're talking about number 4, correctly?
Okay.
Because
So I'm talking number 4. So direct staff to put in place delineated bike lanes on the 8 blocks of the promenade, and come back in the future to talk about vertical treatments and/or meandering opportunities.
Ms. Gutierrez, you were the seconder. You good with that? Madam Clerk, you good?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, but I will read it into the record with your indulgence. Okay. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez, to direct staff to put in place delineated bike lanes on the 8 blocks of the promenade and come back in the future to talk about vertical treatments or meandering opportunities.
Very good. Everybody understand the motion?
Very good. Please go ahead and vote.
Let's get her done. That's unanimous on number 4. Thank you very much. And we decided to just eliminate item 2. Is that correct? Nobody? Okay, very good.
Correct, no
So-
direction on 2.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So on the next items on the drop-off zone in front of Granada Theater, I think that also might not be necessary if we commit to this shuttle and micro-transit. And I actually think of all the recommendations that might be the most important because of accessibility and really making it a promenade that all can enjoy. I realize it's expensive, the micro-transit, but I'd like to take that item first, because if that was in place, then the drop-off in front of Granada might not be necessary. And thinking about it further, it might be in the Granada's benefit to allow drop-off in the back and have some sort of entrance otherwise. So I would like to just make the motion that we introduce shuttle service on State Street in the promenade area.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
Yes, that we introduce shuttle service on State Street within the promenade. I don't want to, in the motion, have the rest of these details because I think there may need to be some flexibility in that, but I think we need to commit that it's going to cost some money and we may need to get other funding. We may need to talk with whoever we need to, but I think having a shuttle that goes around the circumference doesn't answer the question, and having just a small micro, not the MTD big shuttle, but something small, just introduce shuttle service on State Street would be my initial motion.
So just so I can be clear at your idea, Ms. Sneddon, so if it's, for example, a Granada show and you have a lot of seniors that are trying to go there at once, so people, in order to access that, would have to ride a shuttle. They couldn't be Ubered or dropped off otherwise. It's a very concentrated group of seniors that, and this is why the Granada was talking about this in the first place. Just want to throw that in for your consideration.
Yeah.
Because queuing up for the golf cart may not be what's going to work to get all those folks there in time. And a lot of folks really don't want to walk a block or two, or can't walk a block or two to do that. So just a thought.
You bring up a good point, and there has been so much demand for drop-off in front of Granada. So I'm still supportive of that if there's council will for that, but I do think the shuttle is a must.
Okay, so we're on number 6. Let's go to Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I definitely agree with the need for a shuttle or transport of some form. Just wholeheartedly, we've heard that over and over again. Where I think I may be a little bit different is I feel that it's absolutely critical for us to engage with MTD on what this looks like. So for me, while conceptually I absolutely want to say, like, yes, it also comes with this, and for me to be supportive of how this moves forward, there needs to be that conversation with MTD. They are our transportation partner. They are the experts. I can't imagine moving forward without that engagement, personally. So that I would like to see as part of the motion, and I think it makes sense given that this is not a process clearly that can be implemented next week. It is a much longer term, hopefully still quick, but it's not like we're putting some paint on the streets tomorrow. The RFP process is going to take time. To me, just the very nature of this item requires, in my mind, that we do that work with our partners at MTD. So I love the idea, very supportive of it, and would ask that in the motion we recognize that as part of the report back on how this would work and what it would look like, it includes what that conversation and engagement with MTD has looked like and what their proposals are and how that can be presented as part of the menu of options for us.
Just to add into that conversation, once again, I did have a meeting with Jerry Estrada just a couple of weeks ago about this very subject, because I'm interested, they're interested, but the time away from now that we can do that, and the amount of money is a lot more than $500,000. So that would be a big lift to put this into this plan for staff today. I mean, we could continue the engagement. It does preclude that activity happening for quite some time.
I would say even just hearing from them that would
I'm
be
sure Mr.
hugely
Estrada would
helpful.
love to come
Yeah.
report. Yeah.
Well, it's the reason I kept it open, because I would think we'd also want to hear from Easy Lift or multiple people, and I would leave that to staff to engage with MTD, Easy Lift, anybody who might be able to provide these services, Pedicab. I don't know who else before developing an RFP, so I didn't want to be too specific, but I can add that to the motion if needed.
Mr. Boss, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, council members, we're, as part of this, as Council Member Harmon mentioned, this is going to take some time, obviously, an RFP process, developing. In order to do that, you need to figure out what are we asking for, even if it's a menu of options. So we need to figure it out. As part of that, and culling this down, we obviously at this point don't need 10 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're different than Pacific Beach. I still think the number of shuttles is probably about right. 4. It's not going to solve the Granada issue, because then you're just going to have to be lucky and and go on your app and get the shuttle and hope you can get it. But this is going to take some time, and as part of that, figuring out exactly what options we're looking for, we will engage with MTD, we can talk with EasyLift. And again, this is going to take some time, but I think it is a good idea, and because this interacts with the other items, item 2, the bike lanes and things like that, and we can make that happen. And continue to report back as to how that progress is going.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing disagreeable, except,
I'm sorry?
Motion seconded?
No, there was no motion yet.
I made a motion.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. But I don't want the perfect to become the enemy of just getting it in place. And what I wrote down was exactly what you said, Brian. We don't even know what the scope is yet. We needed to go develop a scope. I'd be tickled pink if something was in place for next summer. That's how far ahead I'm thinking this would take. Just be tickled pink. And clearly by what the Chamber and Visit Santa Barbara and the city did just recently with the trolleys on the side streets, I firmly believe there's participants out there that would come answer to that scope and cost also. So fully support that. I had this as number 2 on my matrix after bike lanes. That's how important I think it is. And then just going back to the tie-in with the Granada, you know, I can't believe that there's not other stuff we could look at specifically for the Granada in that street alley between the retail store and the Granada garage, you know, where you drive into the not so much used entrance on the backside, where you couldn't get on event nights. I know you don't want to do event nights, but on event nights we couldn't have a loading zone there that would work, and then you'd park in the garage, or you couldn't just waste some red spaces or parking spaces on the east and the west side on the 00 blocks of the intersection of whatever that is, State and Victoria, and just have a loading zone only. And that would put you, you know, 50 feet away from the front of the Granada too. So it'd be interesting if you could look at that also and decide if there's something else that would be feasible. I will second Ms. Sneddon's motion, which I haven't heard yet.
Okay, I'll give Ms. Sneddon another chance to repeat that for us. In the meantime, Mr. Friedman.
Thanks. I think I understand where the discussion has gone. I'm supportive of getting more information on just what type of trolley or individual services would be available. And just a clarification question, though, because one of the overall goals is to try to get people from the waterfront up into downtown. Is that part of the master plan process that's going to address that, or is that something we're looking to try to facilitate now? Because if it's now, then this we actually need to get that information, because are we focusing just on those 8 blocks, or are we focusing on trying to get people from down the waterfront and up there? So I'd like information on what that would take too, and I'm really interested in MTD and the trolley in particular, because I think it would serve the most people, and people are already used to that, but I'm open to any ways to expand mobility access throughout the promenade.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. My motion was to introduce shuttle service on State Street without further detail, and leaving that to staff to come back with, after engaging with stakeholders or possible vendors. And
Correcting
coming
staff to
back
get
with
the
that.
options.
Yes, but the motion was to introduce shuttle service on State Street.
Councilmember Sen, so would you add that to your motion to direct staff to report back after following up on those things, those items?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, that's a supportable motion, but, you know, I'm sitting there listening to us spin ourselves into a tizzy, trying our best to not do the simplest thing on the planet, which is precisely what Eric Friedman just suggested before. Make the promenade the 500 and 600 blocks and get the bike lanes in. If you open the streets up, you can have a trolley, which you can't have without automobile traffic, according to our traffic engineer. And number 2 is you solve the Granada problem. And it happens quickly, and we're also not dealing with blocks that are completely empty and doing nothing right now. So I think we could make this a lot simpler than we are. We don't have to talk about meanders. We don't have to talk about start and stop. We don't have to talk about dismount. And it's a simple motion that Mr. Friedman made, one that Mayor Lodge supports. And I really think we could do this and activate the rest of the street. And we could do it sooner than later with a lot less expense, and then fully facilitate the shuttle. And lastly, facilitate public safety. Public safety is doing their best. They're getting down, they're on bikes or whatever, but they're also leaving their fire engines and running into a victim in the middle of the block. We're not getting black and whites down the street because you really don't want to run a black and white down the street when there's pedestrians as well. So I still would like to go back to what Mr. Friedman proposed before. I know it's not on this, but we do have a pretty open agenda. We do have a motion, but I think the motion also, and we can address the motion, but I do think we are overcomplicating our whole discussion here. So if you have something to the motion, Mr. Freeman, we can do that, or you can come back to it after the motion.
I'll come back after the motion since you
Okay,
brought up
so
what I
we've
proposed
got
last time. We'll
Ms.
vote on the
Sneddon's
motion.
motion on the floor for the staff to get the trolley information. And does everybody understand that motion, Madam Clerk, as well?
Yes, I will read it into the record. Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to introduce shuttle service on State Street within the promenade area and to direct staff to follow up after investigating this topic. Do we want to rephrase that, or does that?
To honor Councilmember Friedman's request, I mean, my preference is that we focus on the promenade, but you wanted also a look to the waterfront as well?
Yeah, I wanted information on what that would entail, because we're not going to take a final vote on what the RFP, so we need to say what is it we want, and if we get all that information and we're able to expand down to the waterfront, I think that's very important, considering that underpass that we're going is a big part of that, and the trolley or whatever it is facilitates getting through that underpass that we're doing. So I want to look at it holistically.
Okay, so we could amend it to say in the promenade area and include information on waterfront.
Okay.
Everybody ready to go?
And if I might repeat here. Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to introduce shuttle service on State Street within the promenade area and include information on the waterfront area service, and to direct staff to follow up after investigating this topic. Okay? Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
So I'll just be really brief. I appreciate the mayor bringing up the proposal that I talked about last time, and I'm doing more research on it. I think there are some definite benefits to it, and there are some other trade-offs with it, but I'm not prepared to talk about it. I have to do more research, but it is something that I would like time to discuss when we come back in September, for we're looking at things that more permanent when we're talking about the next 3 years. I think that would be the appropriate time to really discuss what I had proposed out there, and it gives me more time to do additional research that I've been doing. So appreciate you raising it today, but I will be discussing that in the future at the September meeting when we're coming back.
All right, very good. And what further items do we need direction on? Still 3, is that correct?
We have 3 more items? Is that?
No, he's number 3.
By my tally, I think it's 3, 5, 7, and 8. Or left.
Well, I thought we had a discussion about the speed limit thing and how it was problematic on a lot of levels, but if we,
Mayor Ross and council members, may I suggest that perhaps if there are any remaining items on the list that any of you doesn't think has been addressed adequately, you bring those forward rather than, because I do think we've addressed a number of these.
all right,
So 3, 5, and 7, right? And 8?
3, 7, and 8, which are pretty similar to. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Number 5, I did mention a couple points. If at one of the future meetings, staff could look into using that back entrance to alleyway for drop-off relief, if there's room, if there's a method to do that, and also looking into the east and west 00 blocks on whether there's space to carve out for drop-off zones at the curbs before you hit State Street. So people could, I think that's like a white curb, right? Passenger loading only. So people could just use those as spots. Then for number 3, I'd sure like staff to do some more research before I do research. So I just can't believe that somewhere in California, people aren't already converting existing streets with cars going to 35 miles an hour into a shared pedestrian and vehicle street where cars are going 5 miles an hour, and they either didn't have to or didn't go through an engineering and traffic study, but just did it under some other purview. So if there's some time on staff's hands to look at that and bring back a report in the future, I'd appreciate that. And do you want me to keep commenting on the other 2? Is that what we're doing? So 7 and 8, my goal there, well, my goal, and for that on the item is I think it's time to just kind of looking at the horizon and how long this is taking and when it's actually going to be implemented from a long-term standpoint. I think it's time to make some peace with HLC and design requirements. And I don't know what that means in terms of what do we do, but my goal would be to get HLC and council on the same page with template design requirements, maybe multiple choices of templates of design requirements. So future parklets, I'll use that word again, future parklets can basically just choose from several pre-approved HLC agreeable design templates and implement those. And I think having just given the downtown 3 more years, I think it would be appropriate to do that and then move towards implementing that and have them replace what's out there now with the agreeable template designs that meet HLC approval. So that would be my goal there. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I would say on number 3, the reduced speeds, let's try the separated lanes. And I would like to reserve the further research or discussion of that to later meetings. I don't want to take it completely off the table, but I don't feel like it's pressing today. I think we could try a staggered approach, which Councilmember Harmon mentioned. And then for the Granada drop-off, I think that's also in that same category of there was a lot of public input to be considered, and I think more study and actually talking with the Granada Theater on possibilities of that backside entrance, if that might be. And it's, to their benefit to have the most people be able to access their building. So I would hope we could maybe work together on that. So that's also not pressing today, but want to reserve that for future discussion. And then for HLC, completely agree. And I think HLC definitely has ideas, including removing what they call superstructures, the rooftops, and colors and other guidelines, which they've had some input, but not formally. So I think Mr. Bossi answered the question and let us know that would be coming back in September after formally engaging. So I think that's already up in the future there, and I think that's really will be welcomed by them and welcome by us to hear back from them. So I think those are covered. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
I don't disagree with anything that's been said on those. No, and for item 3, I think we can kind of, at this point, staff can get more information, but I think out of all these, it's not the priority right now because the speeds are significantly low, and perhaps by having the bike lanes, it'll reduce the speeds on the e-bikes. And then for item 5, looking at different options, including the back entrance there and engaging the Granada and seeing what they might have to say would be a good approach. And then 7 and 8, because I want to make sure that it goes hand in hand, engaging with the AAC and HLC on these. So everything that was said. And I do have an item 9 that I would like to consider, and that gets to the planters, not the trees, but the planters themselves. I'd like to get more information, or if we could just do it, is to go and remove the planters for 2 reasons. The first is that by removing some of these planters, it would actually open up the sidewalks and we could get more space for outdoor dining on the sidewalks in front of some of these restaurants, so that we might have the ability to get some of the parklets off of the street and onto the actual buildings and still have the sidewalks that we need. And so that's one definite positive of it, and that's eventually where I think we want to go long-term when we're looking 10 years down the line. The other reason is, I've been talking with people, is that some of those planters are actually where rodents live. So if we were to get rid of some of that, we might actually help improve the rodent situation. And so I don't know what it would take to remove the planters and do that, but is that something that's relatively easy, or could you come back at one of our monthly updates with information on what it would take? How many planters are there? Where are they? And I think it's something that would go a long way towards getting us where we want to go.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yeah, that would take a lot of analysis. We have plans where the planters are, so we could look at that. We could go out and assess it ourselves, obviously. Any type of change, converting planters to bricks, obviously that went through a very detailed process in the early 2000s with the State Street Sidewalk Improvement Program, which does include going to HLC for those design changes.
Okay, so we could get more information on what that process, because I'd like to start that process at least so we could make a determination on if we want to go down that path. But I think overall, when we're talking about outdoor dining and just cleanliness, I think it would improve the situation. So if everyone's amenable to getting more information on it and bringing it back, I'd appreciate that.
Well, we don't use the R word as vector. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I agree on items 3 and 5, reserve for future information or study, agree, engage with the folks at the Granada, think about the new ideas. Yes to 7 and 8. I'll just leave it at that. On Councilmember Friedman's new idea, can't quite conceptualize it right now. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I'm not quite sure what that would mean, but I would be very happy to hear more information. And again, I think that's the point of this monthly agenda item, is to hear about these ideas and think through what that might look like. So I'm happy to support hearing about it.
Very good. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. Just into the, didn't get to comment on the new idea. I think we might, I guess my question would be, would that be a pilot program? It sounds somewhat more permanent. So I don't know if we want to be making that big of a change or not, but I just want to put that out there. I always love more information on everything, but if staff are sort of focused on implementing pilot things, I'm just raising that.
I think it could be either, because of the fact that it could allow us to see how, with the existing sidewalks we have, how that works into outdoor dining. So if we were to, say, get information, you could do it and maybe test a block and see that. And there might even be partnerships with some of the property owners that might even help with the financial costs of this, to see what their interest is. So there might be opportunities to test how we could fund it with willing property owners, those types of things.
Excellent points. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
I think I've waited, but I just wanted to go back again to the mile per hour thing, because what I'm hearing is I don't think everybody is recognizing that the recommendation of the ad hoc committee was also to apply, I think more applying the miles per hour to the 00 cross streets, not State Street. So our recommendation was to look at lowering every cross street except for Carrillo, Gutierrez, and Haley to a 15-mile-an-hour street, to make it into a truly downtown walkable and car environment. So when you're saying it's it doesn't really apply anymore to State Street, that isn't what we were talking about. We were talking about looking into the cross streets too, to just begin to lower the core miles per hour in the downtown area.
Mr. Friedman.
Just in looking at this slide that's up right now, and the 20, 30 hours of staff time, and whatever the cost is, and all the other things that our staff is doing, we have the other things are priorities for me right now. I think it's a lot of staff time to prioritize that at this point in time, so that's where I'm at. So I just think kind of right now, not the priority.
So, Mr. Gutierrez.
Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, so I get the feeling that the majority of us aren't in favor of number 3. I didn't personally think I'd ever find myself in this position where I'm going to be asking for implementing more laws, especially me being the most avid bicyclist up here. But yeah, we'll try it out, I guess. Obviously, we're not going to pass it, but we'll try to see how what we have agreed on pans out, and then maybe we can revisit this months from now. But yeah, it's just, I'm personally just tired of these bad actors making all of us look bad, and I guess it's just my age. But I never thought I'd be here being like, let's enforce the law, but here we are.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I actually agree with Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. I don't think it's our age. I think we're pretty young. If we're going to draw lines so people know where to ride their bikes, again, we're dealing with e-bikes. We're just basically redirecting them. We're saying, now you're going to stay on the right side, but how fast they're going is still going to be an issue. Staff, I've been a big fan of yours, and I'm usually not the one that says, I need you to do more work, but I'm not going to budge on this one. And I really would like to see something implemented, because, I mean, we're still going to have our priority being the downtown, and, you know, this is not going to go away within the next 3 years. So for me, it's a priority for me.
Alrighty, well, first of all, like I said, to number 3 with the 15 miles an hour, what the staff explained is that if it's an engineering study, it could go the other way, and it could be a higher threshold. We'd have to do something different than we had. It might be going up. So I really think that is a relatively expensive adventure to start out on, if we're not really sure about it.
So we have to have a study before, sorry, I just want to understand this.
That's what he said.
Okay, I apologize that I wasn't paying attention. I know.
No, that's okay, yeah.
So we have to have a study before we reduce speed anywhere.
The exception is on State Street with the 20-mile-an-hour posted speed limit. We would not need to study that. We could, with an ordinance, establish that as a business corridor and post a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. The side streets, we'd have to study them. I don't expect the speeds to go up necessarily, but if we're targeting like a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, I doubt we'd get that low, to be honest with you.
So that can be a quick fix if we just want to do it on State Street.
The section on the State Street Promenade itself, the 20-mile-an-hour, yes, that's a quicker fix.
So why don't we do that?
Well, don't we have to change the designation of the street? Don't we have to have a definitive thing?
So we'd have to come back to council, get that adopted into our municipal code, and then establish that as the posted speed limit.
But can I make a motion?
Well, hang on a sec. Mr. Henschke.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council.
Okay.
The issue that you have is, if you want to establish a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on State Street, you can do that. We can process that. Because it's a business district, the traffic engineer has already explained that we can do that. Somebody asked a question about, are there other ways potentially to lower speed limits? I have seen other cities that have ordinances with lower limits, but it's very convoluted, and I don't know that it's legally justifiable. The difficulty that we have is what the police, excuse me, what the police chief indicated, and that is how do we actually enforce the speed limit? And so if your direction is establish a speed limit of 20 miles an hour on State Street, you can give that direction and we can implement that direction. Whether it ultimately becomes enforceable is a different question. We may be in a situation where you have signs that we can't give tickets on because we can't gather the evidence that would authorize the issuance of a traffic ticket for a bicyclist going 22 miles an hour. But again, it's the direct answer to the question, if you want to set a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on State Street, you can do so now. With regard to the side streets, very different question.
Yeah.
And I want to answer it a little bit differently. The traffic engineers are absolutely correct about the process for establishing a speed limit. I would ask you as your attorney, why do you want to do that when you have signalized intersections at each one of those spots? What is the question the issues you're trying to solve? Do you want to slow down cars because they might hit people? Or do you need people to stop walking when you get a red light? Because we all see it. There's jaywalking going on all the time. Speed limits do not solve jaywalking.
No, I understand that, and thank you for asking me those questions. And maybe it's not doable. I just want people to slow down on bikes. And I didn't think about it with my attorney hat, that how are we going to enforce it, right? How are we going to actually win our case because we could only put up a sign? I'm stuck here.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, if I can answer Council Member Alejandra Gutierrez. There's a lot to say just to answer a question. There are things that you have already done that will start to control behavior on State Street. But it's very much like we have on the freeways. We have a speed limit, and you have knuckleheads doing wheelies on their motorcycles down the middle of the freeway, scaring the bejesus out of everybody who's driving around them. How do you stop them? You find a highway patrolman or a highway patrolwoman officer to stop them and give them a ticket if they can.
So the best way is exactly what we're doing, just, draw the bike lane, redirect traffic, and just hope for the best. And if things get uglier, then we bring in force.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that was in the form of a question. I can't really, is it the best thing? That's up to you to decide. What is the best thing for the community? What I can tell you is what is lawful, and the chief can tell you what is enforceable.
So when COVID hit, everybody was like, people want to bike downtown, people want to walk. We gave the people what they wanted. Then they went out of control. And then now we have an issue where we don't have enough officers to make our city even safer than what it is. And then have certain amount of officers downtown. And if you walk downtown, yes, we do have an issue with bikes and pedestrians all at the same time. We're going to draw some lines. Hopefully we give, the community some directions. Is that the first step we take? Is that the right step? I want to take steps that are going to take us to the right direction long term, instead of coming back and having these long meetings and blah, blah, blah. Like, you give me some insight. What I want is people just to slow down, enjoy downtown, just cruise. I don't want officers to have to stop people on bikes because they're not behaving. Like, that's not what I would like my police officers to be doing.
Chief?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I would just ask council to allow us to continue to do the enforcement and the education that we've been doing, implement the new bike lanes, and then evaluate where we're at. It's too much to do all of it at one time. We're actually not going to know what is effective. So will this necessarily be the answer? We don't know. But we have to give this an opportunity to see what it works and what else we can do while we're working through it. I think, and this is just my opinion, adding the speed limit makes us too complicated at this moment. I say we continue because we've already seen a difference. We've already done our presence differently with, looking through and at this new ordinance that we've been educating and doing enforcement on. With the bike lanes, hopefully we can add them in a way that we don't use green, we do something different, and designate them in a way that, helps us with that and look at, adding the further delineations and the other things that have been discussed. But I would just ask, I know we all want to make changes immediately, that just a little bit of patience with this and do this in incremental steps so that we know what is actually effective. It may be we come back in 3 months and we say, let's implement the speed limit. But let us have an opportunity with the different pieces of it to see what difference we can make. We have an opportunity with school coming back in session now to do some education with students and with parents and make the most out of that. So allow us to do all the different pieces and see how effective we can be.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Henschke, I love a good argument. But so I hear what you both are saying, but when you don't do anything or you can't do enough, the vacuum is filled by the bad actors. And in our particular case, we don't even have a speed limit on that street right now at all, 0. So there's even nothing to tell people other than don't look like you're riding dangerously. And I'm not even in support of the 20 miles an hour because I think that's too fast. And I'm talking like the second oldest guy sitting up here who doesn't want to get run over by a 20 mile an hour vehicle. But on State Street, something needs to get back and fill up that vacuum other than the people who are just being abusive on State Street. The consultant said this 2 years ago, and we've sat here and not done much in that time, is that when you put a freeway out there and there's nothing there, there's enforcement, there's physical, there's perceptual, none of those factors were there. Somebody takes over. In this particular case, it's not the cars any longer, but it's the bicyclists taking over. So I don't, in all due respect to the chief and let's keep doing what we're doing, I think anything else we can do to get the message across that you need to reduce your speed to something, or there's a sign there that's something new that says saying something to me, is not at all a bad idea. I don't in fact expect it to be enforced. I flippantly said to Chief Gordon on my way out for dinner that more than half of these items on here are all about enforcement, unfortunately. So I don't think enforcement is the answer, but I think there has to be other ways to kind of chip away and chew away at the issue we see back here, rather than sit here and watch it. The bucket that is the patient's goodwill bucket is emptying pretty quick for me, and in the reaction I get from the community. It's just emptying pretty quick. And it's going to come to a point where if you don't have anything left in that bucket, you have nothing left to keep going forward on this stuff with. So,
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I think in some ways, I agree with you, Councilmember Jordan, but on the other hand, I think this idea that signage is going to be the thing to influence the bad actors when we have no mechanism for enforcement is just wishful thinking. And I mean, I hear you, but I think part of our job not only is to be clear about what we're hearing in terms of the bucket of goodwill, but also to reflect back to the community the realities of the tools that we have in our toolbox to actually make effective change. And I guess I'm fine with putting up a sign for $7,500 that says 20 miles per hour on State Street. If that's going to help, let's do it. I think for now, though, what we're hearing and the reality of the costs and the effectiveness of this measure is keep it as a possibility. Like, let's see how the bike lanes work, and then if this is something that we hear would really be additive to the effort that we all agree is clearly needed, let's come back and do it. I don't see the justification on the cost effectiveness scale to move forward with it today, given that there's no way to enforce. It's just kind of, can't see my way around it, so thanks.
Alrighty, so, well, as far as the Granada drop-off goes, I think we need to talk to Granada. I know when I was involved in the development of Lot 6 and the Paseo in the back, as well as the improvements we made recently, when the Granada has a show, oftentimes they'll be having staging vehicles back there as well. And if you have a show, you're not going to be able to queue in and out of there in an effective way to drop off a number of people. I don't know how many people actually need to be dropped off, but I think the number is probably substantial. This is why the people in the Granada who were big fans of closing the street are now big fans of opening it back up for that reason. So that's one of the big issues. The speeds on State Street, the speeds on the, like on the 0-100 blocks, we have a great example down in Cabrillo. We went and did a study, and turns out by Chase Palm Park, we went from 25 to 30 miles an hour. Those engineering things can happen, so it's just not a slam dunk, and we'd have to do those to make the determinants we do. Of course, we can do whatever we want with State Street. Not to be a nooge about it, but I got to say that when we had automobile traffic on State Street, you could not even get up to 20 miles an hour as a rule between the pedestrian flashers and the cross streets. So that was part of the controlling mechanism. The timing of the street, Mr. Bailey and I talked about that, precludes you getting up to a whole lot of speed when you are hitting those lights all the time. So all those things are, I know Ms. Gutierrez was talking about bike speeds, and I get that. I do think if you contain things organically, which is you do with architecture, which you do with striping, you do with other things, I think it will be self-policing. But like I said, the chief's right. If we don't have a cop for every corner, would that we do, but we don't. So a lot of those things we have to look at organically. We'll have to look at structural things to make these things happen. So right now, what further direction do we need, what items do we need direction on? I haven't been keeping score. I don't know about you, Madam Administrator.
Mayor Rouse and council members, I heard fairly broad direction on continuing to study alternatives for Granada Garage. If you want to make a more formal action on that, we'd be happy to receive it, or if you want to give us fairly broad direction, I think we've heard it. With regard to the 7 and 8, I heard just do it, and we are working on that. We have all along been working on the access. Once the design guidelines are determined and we know which groups of, we've been applying them for the ones that are in place, the design requirements for new, and once we get your direction on design requirements for all, we will certainly move forward on that, but we have more steps to take in the meantime on that. And I think
Well, regarding 7 and 8, Madam Administrator, could those, either staff or somebody be incorporated into our monthly agenda when we do these comebacks? As opposed to having to agendize them, could they be part of the staff report?
Mayor Rouse, that will be addressed. We have considered an approach for that, and that will be in the September 19th, what date is it? September 19th item for the ordinance, because that will set out that process for you. So yes, we certainly want to do that.
We'll have those integrated anyway.
In the meantime, we need to work with them so that they have the lead time they need to have their recommendations to you.
Excellent.
But if anyone would like to make a more formal, we'd be happy to have that.
Okay, so you feel like the Granada, we could make a motion, but we don't really necessarily have to get you guys to do some further work on that?
I think the dialogue, it's fairly open-ended. It's go explore our options, is what I heard.
Okay, very good. Ms. Snead?
Yes, thank you. I agree to keep it broad on Granada. I just wanted to put in the request that when you're looking at paint for the line, consider maybe painting the pedestrian part and leaving the asphalt for the bike part, or different colors, or a color that could be chalk painted over, or something just not directing that, but just encouraging maybe thinking outside the box a little bit.
I think Ms. Gutierrez already requested no green.
No, and no green. I said no. I just don't think it's necessary to have like the roadway. We can kind of, because it's a promenade and it's temporary, maybe play with it, but that's at your discretion.
No Barbie pink?
Oh, well.
Okay. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't understand the HLC part, so, and what that's looking like. I was hoping, I don't want to say the dreaded words work group, but I was hoping that there would be some mutual involvement between HLC and council to sort of quarter or half bake the ideas before they went through a structured protocol. Is that what's taking place?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the way that the ordinance that you directed us to draft at your June 27th meeting is currently drafted, with regard to the HLC, excuse me, the HLC and the AAC, there's two involvements. One involvement is as we go through the process of making amendments to the operational regulations with regard to the promenade. Those would be referred to the appropriate HLC or AAC within their jurisdiction. They would have 60 days to report back on their recommendations with regard to those changes to the guidelines and the regulations. That's baked into what is being brought back to you on the 19th. The other methodology by which they would participate is that the chair of the HLC and the chair of the AAC would have the opportunity at each meeting at which you have agendized items related to the promenade, would be able to give a presentation to you on issues within their respective jurisdictions during part of the presentation to the council. In other words, they would not be limited to public comment. They would be part of the process.
Okay.
And so those are the two things we've got right now.
So, yeah, so my concern is to get to a place where we're less, less banging heads tension and more collaborative as much as possible. So rather, and building it that way rather than here's some tables and chairs on the street, take it or leave it, and we're going, no, that's not gonna, okay, thanks.
Very good. So back to my other question, Madam Administrator, do we need, or staff, do we need further direction or anything? We gave you a bundle of goodies to go keep you
Mayor Rouse,
warm
I
and
think we
cozy.
have direction on all the items that you have given us. so
Okay, very good. And if everybody's good, then we'll just go ahead and move on to the next item. Everybody good? Very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would.
Next item is the appointment to the Architectural Board of Review.
Okay, is Mr. Lopez coming in? Oh, there he is. Our official scorekeeper.
Pink lanes, guys. Then we could just say, look at the pink lanes. And Barbie cars.
All of a sudden, we're,
I'm tired.
all of a sudden, we're Palm Beach. Great. Yeah, Jordan's gonna be wearing a thong. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Barry. Let's do this last item. Mr. Lopez, if you would, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have 3 qualified applicants who interviewed earlier today, so we can begin the process by taking nominations, and then the clerk will ask for a formal vote of the 3 qualified applicants who did interview.
Very good. Mr. Friedman.
I'll nominate Will Soffren.
Yeah, Ms. Sneddon.
I'll nominate Brian Miller.
Okay. Anybody else? I will also nominate Miller.
Can we just vote? Can you put it on?
We need a vote. I'll nominate Soffren too then.
Just to be obnoxious, yes. Thank you, Mike.
Do we just go down the line?
Do you want to just, yeah, we can just go down the line, I guess.
Very, very good. So we have 2 nominations. We have Will Soffren and Brian Miller. So I will say the name of each council member, and you can say which person you are.
Cool.
Very good. Councilmember Harmon.
Safran.
Councilmember Friedman.
Safran.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Miller.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Mr. Will Softner?
Sofrin. Councilmember Sneddon.
Miller.
Councilmember Jordan.
Safran.
And Mayor Rouse.
Miller.
Mr. Sofrin is appointed.
Okay,
Congratulations.
very good. And any council staff communications? Or council, Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended drinks at dusk at the Mission. It was good to see a lot of community members having a little mini celebration there. Also attended the Pacific Pride Festival on Saturday. It was really cool to see so many people come together for that event. And it was really well attended, and it's only gotten bigger and bigger, so that was really fun. I attended State Senator Monique Limon's delegate luncheon, where we were able to discuss local issues with her and get her perspective on some of the issues that we're dealing with. So that was really nice of her to host. I attended the Healing Justice Black Family Cookout at the Franklin Center. It was a lot of fun. They had me dance. You all missed it. I danced in a suit in 80-degree weather. I was fighting for my life. But it was just a lot of fun. And yeah, that's about it for me. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman?
I attended with Supervisor Laura Capps. We went to Valverde and met with about 30 residents, so we were able to talk about city and county issues and just do community outreach out there. A lot of good questions, and I want to thank Supervisor Capps for organizing that and look forward to doing other similar things with her in the future.
Mr. Jordan?
Similarly, Supervisor Capps and I are teaming up tomorrow night at La Mesa Park on the Mesa for a double feature. It'll be Supervisor Capps and Councilmember Jordan at Lemonade with Laura for a neighborhood meet and greet. So 5 o'clock tomorrow night at La Mesa Park. Laura's bringing lemonade. I'm bringing ice cream coupons and Mesa Cafe gift cards. So if you have a kid, you're getting ice cream. And if you have a dog, you're getting a Mesa Cafe gift card to go have a meal on the patio at Mesa Cafe. So,
Dog eating. All right. Anyone else? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you. Pacific Pride was fabulous, and I really want to especially thank our police chief and all the work that went in ahead of time to make that such a safe and welcoming event. It was really fantastic. And then also attended a event for Dignity Moves, and there were some speakers there who have been living in the facilities there and have really benefited, and it was very moving presentation.
And as far as me, I spent last Thursday up in San Luis Obispo with the Chamber and their downtown organization, their mayor and the city council, and a few of their staff. And they have a lot of things they've done downtown, which are fabulous. And they've got a downtown master plan, which they did, kind of with staff and a couple of architects. And they do a lot of programming in their streets. They have some parklets, they haven't closed any streets, but they have these removable blocks, they're not ballers, but they're able to do a lot of stuff, including the farmer's market that's very famous and whatnot. So I came away very impressed with how they're doing up there. So if you get a chance to go up there, they're doing a nice job. And with that, we're out of here.